भारत माता की।
क्रांतिकारी कदम है।
कांग्रेस वालों को लगता है कि मौसम बिगड़ा है।
मजबूत भारत के लिए मजबूत सरकार, मोदी सरकार।
मैं गुजरात में चूंटणीओ लड़ावी पण करी अने चूंटणीओ लड़ी पण करी। अब की बार एनडीए सरकार 400 पार।
Namaste, Jai Hind and good early morning. This Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, the polling booths are open. More than 17 crore voters in phase 3 of the Lok Sabha polls have the right to cast their ballot and they must go and exercise their franchise. The 66% average over phase 1 and 2 has to get up to the 70s and that's the job from these phases here on from today onwards. Rahul Shivshankar with me in the studio, Zaka Jacob back air dashing like our netas from Hyderabad back into the studio overnight to be with us. But first up, let's tell you why this phase is critical. Why is it that the BJP is going to go out all guns blazing? Why is it that the opposition, if it believes that it's got a chance, it needs to pull its might and muscle and stop the BJP strike rate and hurt them in this phase? 93 seats in phase 3 and of the 7 phase polls, but more importantly, it's across 11 states and union territories, ladies and gentlemen. The ballot is going to be cast for 1,352 candidates in the fray across 11 states and union territories. And more importantly, 10 union ministers. 10 union ministers are going to test their mettle across the length and breadth of the country. There are 5 former chief ministers also who have thrown their hat in the ring, including Digvijay Singh and Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh. What a story there. The BJP, look at this strike rate the last time around, 71 out of the 93 seats. They want to max out in this phase if they really want to inch up to a 350 number, ladies and gentlemen. If the numbers are and what the experts are saying as far as the first 2 phases, the BJP needs to improve its own strike rate. 42 seats the BJP has held since 2009. 42 of these 93 seats the BJP has held since 2009 and that's critical. 31 seats in phase 3 are from the Hindi heartland. This is where the BJP will really not just amp out the numbers, but in a lot of states they've already maxed out, so they are actually defending more than they are attacking. Single phase poll in all across Gujarat, and that's where our focus will be this morning because the Prime Minister, the Home Minister and some very important ministers in Modi 2.0 will be casting their ballot across Gujarat. 14 out of the 28 seats are up for grabs in Karnataka, and this is a very critical belt that's also going to perhaps decide the fate of the NDA in Karnataka. Can they get closer or better what they did the last time around, 25 out of 28 seats? We will talk about all of that, but first it's Gujarat, where all seats are going to poll in a single phase, and in a short while from now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be stepping out to cast his franchise. As polling begins for phase 3, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has appealed to voters to exercise their franchise. Exercise your right to vote, says Prime Minister Narendra Modi, urging the voters to come out and vote in record numbers. He himself will be setting up the benchmark, coming out early and trying to vote. He's appealed to the voters. Amit Shah has also turned around and said, go out and vote. We need you to cast your franchise so that the government that's elected eventually has the mandate of majority of Bharat in terms of the voters. And vote for a corruption-free, caste-free system is what Amit Shah has said. He's also said free from dynasticism, elect a government that has experience in public welfare and a blueprint for a developed Bharat. So that's what Amit Shah has also said. Both of them will be stepping out. Amit Shah is contesting from Gandhinagar. Prime Minister, voting booth in Ranep. There is so much to talk about across so many states. We've not even touched Chhattisgarh, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh. Zaka Jacob, first we'll start with Gujarat.
Oh, of course. Well, you look at the map and you look at the maps for the last many elections, the BJP has swept
the state of Gujarat. This time around, again, not much different is expected in terms of the BJP sheer dominance, as we see the Prime Minister making his way to the primary school in Ranip, where he will be casting his vote at 7:30 in the morning. This is a practice that he has had for a number of years now. The last election, the previous election, he casts his vote, and then, of course, he leaves and goes and campaigns in another part of the country, which is due to go to polls. So he's now setting out an example, not just the voters there in Ahmedabad, but also the country, to go first thing in the morning. And I've been traveling. I was in Hyderabad yesterday. It is very, very hot across the length and breadth of this country. So if you are a voter in Gujarat or in Karnataka or any of the seats that's going to polls today in the 90-odd seats, then please go and cast your vote, and try and do it first thing in the morning, because the longer you wait, the hotter it gets, and you feel that much more complacent from going to the polls. Rahul Shivshankar is also there with us. So the Prime Minister, this is a tradition. This is a practice that he's followed every election day. Wherever he is, he makes it a point to go to Gujarat, to Ahmedabad, to cast his vote, whether it's for Parliament or for the State Assembly, for that matter.
Absolutely, Zaka. And I quite remember that in the last election in 2019, there was even a bit of a controversy because there was an impromptu sort of little walk around the booth. And then a large number of people got extremely exercised because they said, look, at the end of the day, the Prime Minister is not supposed to canvass because he was also holding the lotus. But let me just quickly give you a couple of top-line numbers, because this is very important. Remember, we are now halfway through. By the end of the day, halfway through the 272, 284 seats will have gone to polls. Now, very importantly, 72 out of 95 seats is where the BJP is dominant. Okay. In these 78 seats, for example, the BJP got more than 40% of the vote. So it's really, it's the BJP territory, this phase 3, and it would want to consolidate. The Congress has never dominated this phase. The numbers are 27 in 2009 across these 95 seats, or 93 or 94 to be specific. And now they're down to 4 in 2019. So look at the implosion of the Congress in this. The big clashes, it's a real contest of big names here. But very importantly, there are 47 bastions, that is seats that have not been won or lost by any one of these parties in 3 elections. So they've always won them in 3 elections. They've never lost them in 3 elections, out of which the BJP holds 42 of these seats.
Yes.
The Congress only 1, the others 4. So this is a seat, this is a phase where the BJP must do well. It'll be counting on Gujarat and Karnataka. Remember, if you take Gujarat and Karnataka together for the BJP, they had 40 seats.
Correct.
Straight off, because they maxed it.
And then they have Chhattisgarh. They also have to score in Madhya Pradesh. See,
and Maharashtra.
The challenge is for them that they got 72 seats the last time, 71 out of 93.
Yes.
So where are those 22 seats? So that's where those 22 seats also the BJP is compelled to max out based on the challenge that it set for itself. Courtesy their Prime Minister, who said that you need to touch 370.
Yeah.
If you want to go to the first 2 phases, they've got a bit of catching up to do in the remaining 5 phases. Aman is there with us. Prime Minister is on his way to Ranip. Payal Mehta also with us. Aman, whereabouts are you? Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Payal, remember the first time he was there, he stepped out and he had the Kamal ka symbol around and they made a huge deal about it. The next time he said, okay, not just the symbol, I'll also do a walkabout in that area. What's planned today, Aman?
Well, Anand, behind me you can see the Nishan Shikshan Shankul. This is where the Prime Minister will be coming at about 7:30 a.m. to cast his vote. So the Prime Minister coming in early, that's also his appeal to voters to come out early and cast their votes, because it's very hot. Temperature is rising, and he's been impressing that upon everybody in the first 2 phases to come out early and vote. And this is Prime Minister's polling booth. He'll be coming and casting his vote here, standing in a queue with normal people. And, then he'll be casting and coming out and showing the in finger. Maybe he'll give us a bite. Last time in the assembly elections, he had spoken to the media briefly. We'll have to wait. We are waiting for the Prime Minister here. But Gujarat, Anand, has been a fortress for the BJP. And we see some movement here right now, Anand. And Gujarat has been a fortress for the BJP. I said 26 out of 26 seats in 2014 as well as 2019. This time the BJP has already won the Surat seat unopposed. 60% plus vote share for the BJP both in 2014, 2019 in Gujarat. even in the assembly elections 2 years back, we saw the BJP winning a record number of 156 seats.
Well, Aman, we've got
in the
Amit Shah
state,
behind you.
which has been the highest, and now you can
Just
see
behind
visuals
those,
of-
the
you can see
special
the
task
visuals of Amit
force
Shah here. Yes.
dress looking very, very sharp in their new gear that they've all got. It's Amit Shah who's come to the Prime Minister's polling booth. He's also got to cast his ballot in a
he'll
short
be
while, but
present
he's
here,
the
Anand, yeah.
but he's the candidate from Gandhinagar.
Yes, this is the seat of Mr. Amit Shah. He's here, and he's here to review the preparation before the Prime Minister comes. And the Amit Shah will be will be casting his vote a short distance away from here at around 9:30 a.m. But Amit Shah here to review the preparations ahead of the Prime Minister visit. The Prime Minister is expected in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Anand here, and as I was saying, Amit Shah himself, the candidate here from the
Right.
Gandhinagar seat, a seat which he took over from Mr. L.K.
Let me
Advani,
also
and now he's
get a
the
quick word in with
candidate from
Payal
here, and
also. Payal, Amit Shah, exactly 10 minutes before the Prime Minister's arrival. How does this happen like clockwork between the PM and the HM?
Well, the Home Minister is here. He's seeking the mandate from the public, and because he's a contestant from Gandhinagar, a neighboring constituency from there, but his vote is going to be essentially in Ahmedabad. Naranpura, where Amit Shah has voted from 1989 onwards as well. He, of course, is overseeing the preparation. I remember very distinctly Amit Shah was also here, Anand.
Yes.
In the last Lok Sabha election, when the Prime Minister came out to vote, there you see, and I can actually ask my camera person to show you, that there you see crowds cheering, people clicking pictures while Amit Shah waves out to them. And last time around, it was very interesting visuals. While the Prime Minister was waiting for his turn to vote, he was seeing, he was seen playing with Amit Shah's elder grandchild. So that is something also which we have seen Amit Shah over there shaking hands with a young kid over there. Of course, I don't really know what that conversation really is, but Amit Shah actually has a very, very good connect with kids as well, which is something which is not known about him, which is not something which is not been part of his personality, which is there very much there in the public domain. But that is Amit Shah waving out to the crowd, waving out to the public. He, of course, is there for the Prime Minister to come out and vote. In a bit from now, it is Amit Shah's big day today. He, of course, will be seeking the mandate from the people. And, importantly, Anand, he's seeking a huge mandate this time around. He's seeking to get a lead of at least 10 lakhs is what we are given to understand from sources close to his office as well. So a big day for Gujarat, big day for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, big day for Amit Shah, big day for Gujarat, given the fact that the top two leaders of the party, the top two leaders of the government both hail from Gujarat. While the Prime Minister comes out to do his duty as a citizen of the country, Amit Shah is obviously hoping and that more and more people will come out and vote for him. And of course, this is his second term as a Lok Sabha MP that he's seeking.
Yeah, the other aspect is the sartorial choice is also something which one needs to keep an eye on, Aman, because this time around, Bhagwa is being very proudly and openly flaunted. The Prime Minister also, we spotted him in the car as I think wearing a saffron jacket this time around. Amit Shah has got the flag and the entire saffron gamcha around his shoulder. That's the BJP. Also, it's got the BJP and the Prime Minister's face on the one side. But this is something which is very, very obvious this time around. The Bhagwa there, that is also directly linked to the BJP's party colors, main color or the core color.
Okay. Yes, Anand, definitely. And, this is something that if you go around in Ahmedabad, as I've been in the last 2 days, you can see the saffron imprint here very, very prominently. And you see the Home Minister Amit Shah also, wearing this saffron gamcha around his neck. We'll see the Prime Minister also shortly, and we'll see what he's wearing. But, this is the BJP's fortress, Anand. There is no doubt about it. You move around anywhere to speak to people, the limited people we could speak to yesterday in Ahmedabad, people are very, very clear that they are voting for Narendra Modi. They are voting to make him the Prime Minister for the third time. He is the son of the soil, and clearly the vote is for Mr. Modi, and that is a factor which matters. In the assembly elections, that showed that when people thought that the BJP was on a back foot after the 2017 assembly election, when BJP had dropped to about 99 seats. BJP made a roaring comeback, and that was also on the back of the Prime Minister's very, very strong campaign in the last assembly elections 2 years back, when the BJP notched up a record margin of 156 seats in the Gujarat assembly. And now we see the Home Minister and the Prime Minister both have held a very, very big campaign in Gujarat for the Lok Sabha elections as well. We saw the Surat seat being won unopposed by the BJP, and the BJP is very confident this time of sweeping Gujarat yet again. Even in the last Lok Sabha elections, Anand, if you remember 2019,
right,
BJP had won each seat by over 2
See,
to
he's
3
picked-
lakh average mark.
Yeah, he's
the
picked-
gap here is huge.
So they want to win by 10 lakh votes this time around, bringing it into the studio here as we stay with those visuals as Amit Shah has just briskly walked towards the direction where the Prime Minister is going to come through. There they are.
Yeah.
The last time that when the Kamal showing happened, one of the explanations was that the party symbol is orange Kamal, but the Prime Minister had shown a lotus which is white. So it cannot be directly. So these loopholes, plugging in the loopholes, certain level of gamesmanship. One has to admit that the BJP has tried to become a past master as far as this gamesmanship is concerned. Just push the ante to the line where you just on the borderline.
That's a very good point, Anand, because remember, the stakes are very high. The stakes are very high, and this phase is critical. Let me tell you, to use a phrase that was popularized by Rahul Gandhi, escape velocity. If the BJP wants escape velocity, it must not just do as well, but perhaps even look to improve. Remember, in this particular phase, the India alliance as a whole has only 10 seats to defend. It's very weak. You're talking about Gujarat. BJP, yes, is favorite in Gujarat. It's not as if it doesn't have its problems. There is a little bit of a Rajput backlash.
Yeah, that Purushottam Rupala has not covered himself in glory.
Absolutely.
He's in contention.
A large
today.
number of the MPs were not repeated from last time. So
14 of them,
there is
more than half of them were dropped. 14 out
absolutely.
of
So
26
here
were
there
dropped.
is anti-incumbency also. I'm not saying that that's going to sort of change equation. The BJP is expecting those 26. And look, the Prime Minister is from Gujarat.
Yep.
It's about his Asmita. It's about Gujarati pride. Lot of other factors. So I don't think that'll be a problem. But, just trying to tell you that even in Gujarat, there is a bit of anti-incumbency. Remember, the Congress still has around 25 or 30% of the vote, I think, in Gujarat. It's not exactly a completely dead duck, kind of enterprise. But if, Zaka, let's be honest, there are two states here which will be the key for the BJP. One is Maharashtra and one is Karnataka. And that Lingayat belt, I think, is proving to be an enigma for the BJP. We've had the Prajwal tapes. We've
Yep.
had a lot of other stuff going on.
If you look at, this belt, this is North Karnataka and Western Maharashtra. If you look at just these belts, of course, all 14 seats in Karnataka, the BJP swept. Will they be able to repeat this performance after the Prajwal Revanna tapes, after, of course, some of the candidates there being changed in Northern Karnataka? The Lingayat question that Rahul was referring to last time, the Lingayats were entirely backing Narendra Modi and Yediyurappa. This time around, his son has taken over as the state president. And then you have Western Maharashtra, where it's a four-way fight. The old NCP had 3 seats. The old NCP had 2 seats. We've shaded them in green, which is Baramati and its neighboring constituency. Ajit Pawar's NCP had 3 seats. The Shiv Sena UBT, Mr. Thackeray's Sena, they had 2, and the rest belong to the BJP. Western Maharashtra is going to be a seat-by-seat sort of contest. Baramati, of course, being the most high-priced fight because it's between the Thai and the daughter-in-law, between Supriya Sule and, of course, Ajit Pawar. For him, it's a prestige battle because his wife is in fray. So if you look at just this belt, Northern Karnataka and Western Maharashtra, that is where the BJP really needs to amp up the game, particularly in Western Maharashtra, because it's dependent on 2 allies who, frankly, have not been tested. We don't know the electoral strength of either the Shinde faction of the Sena or the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP. So it's untested faction of the Shiv Sena too. They're fighting on new symbols. And even in this day and age, Rahul, you'll bear me out on this, the election symbol plays a huge role. And the NCP had a huge problem trying to, popularize, it's the Maharashtrian trumpet. It's called the Tutare.
Tutari.
Yeah, the Tutare. To try and get the voters to understand that, look, this is our symbol, not the clock symbol.
In
that
fact,
itself is
there was a very
big
touching story a few days back from phase 2, where a completely illiterate lady was sort of looking for, the symbols and the faces, and she was very confused. Eventually, she did end up voting for the BJP. But the point is that sometimes the letters don't actually make a difference.
Absolutely.
But, if you really look at Karnataka, I think that's really, and of course, the bastion that you were talking about, Baramati, that I think is a bellwether for this particular phase. If it's all going well
Is it
for
possible
BJP
for us
in
to
Maharashtra,
plot the seats that the BJP did not win, in the sense the 22 seats which
Yeah.
the BJP did not win and where they are, and that
That's right.
perhaps also ties in with
So
what you're
Anand,
trying to
I
say.
feel that in Maharashtra, Baramati is going to be the bellwether seat. If the BJP or the NDA wins that particular seat, I think the state is in their pocket by and large. If they don't, there's a problem. But if you look at North Karnataka and you look at the assembly map of North Karnataka, just an election which has passed just exactly a year back, dramatic change up in the north. We'll come to that, of course, but look, let's look at Maharashtra.
Let me just take you through some of the seats which Anand was saying, which are the seats that the Congress has in this phase. They have South Goa, from where their candidate this time around, Virashio Fernandes, he's made those controversial comments about Goa having a separate constitution and how the Indian constitution was put on them. In Chhattisgarh, they have one seat, which is Korba, which, of course, the sitting MP there, Jyotsna Mahant, she's there. She's in a tough fight, but whether or not she'll be able to retain that seat, we'll have to wait and see. There is, of course, one seat, Malda Dakshin, which again is a high-profile seat because of the politics around CAA, the politics around polarization. The Prime Minister had campaigned in Malda just recently, and he said, I think in one of the interviews subsequently, the kind of crowds that he saw in Malda was unbelievable. So Malda Dakshin is held by the Congress. So these are the only 3 seats that the Congress is holding as far as this phase is concerned. The JDU also has 3 seats. Again, we spoke about this in the last phase as well. In Bihar, I think the great unknown in this election is not so much the BJP candidates. I think BJP is fighting 17 out of 40. But the BJP candidates seem to be okay. The JDU candidates, for example, Jhajarpur, where Rampreet Mandal of the JDU is a sitting MP, he's fighting a tough battle. In Supol, where Dileshwar Kamait of the JDU, and then, of course, Madhepura, which is where Lalu Prasad Yadav hails from. That was his first seat. His family hails from there. Madhepura, it's been held by the Yadav family, at least in the assembly, for a number of decades now. This is again a prestige battle. Last time the JDU won this. So I think in Bihar, the great unknown really is the JDU and how it's performing. Its MPs are performing. The TMC holds 2 seats in Bengal, both in North Bengal. We'll try and zoom in on both. Unknown of this election simply because you have 4 different parties now, 2 of which did not exist in the last election. So let's look at the Western Maharashtra distribution, as it were. The big fight is, of course, in Baramati, which is between Supriya Sule and Sunetra Pawar. And also, in the neighboring seat, which is also held by the old NCP, the Satara seat, where Udayaraj Bhosle of the BJP is now up against Shashikant Shinde. You also have the NCP Ajit Pawar faction, which has 3 MPs, which has 3 seats as of this. And they've changed the candidate as well. In Sindhudurg, for example, Narayan Rane is now fighting Vinayak Raut of the UBT Sena. And then you have in Raigad, where Sunil Tatkare of the NCP, he's the sitting MP. He's up against Anant Gite of the UBT. Of course, Sunil Tatkare has shifted from the Sharad Pawar faction to the Ajit Pawar faction. And then you have Osmanabad, where it was a sitting seat of the NCP before. So you have a multi-cornered contest in at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, of course, you have 2 other seats which were held by the Shiv Sena UBT. So 7 seats out of the 11 that are polling today, 7 seats. It's a multi-cornered contest. So watch out for Maharashtra. I think Rahul, to me, these 2 states, after having traveled a bit to the south, I think for me, Bihar, and particularly how the JDU MPs are going to fare, and Maharashtra.
Look at how complicated it is on the ground for voters, as you were saying. Here's Baramati, nursed by Ajit Pawar. Today, his wife is contesting from there. And then there is, of course, Sharad Pawar, the supremo of the NCP, and his daughter, and of course, Ajit Pawar's cousin, is contesting from that very same seat. And the cadre don't know where their loyalties lie. Should they lie with the organizational man, or should they lie with the founder?
No, here's the thing. The fact is, who controlled the administration and who was the person who was on ground with respect to the state? That is going to be very, very critical. And somewhere within the NCP, there are many on ground who, after Sharad Pawar, turned to Ajit Pawar. That's the reason why Ajit Pawar never lost his kind of hold, despite the corruption allegations, despite some of his controversial utterances. Because even through the time of the Mahavikas Aghadi, when Mr. Uddhav Thackeray was unwell and he was indisposed, for 18 months he didn't step into Mantralaya. So who was the one who was controlling the administration through the time of COVID also?
But it was emotional. There is an emotional thing. I agree with Rahul. I think that emotional thing, you speak to...
The emotion is also with Ajit Pawar. Please understand that the emotion there is that I was supposed to be the one who was supposed to lead you guys. And it was not given to me. So there's that There is the other aspect of it too. I'm saying the other aspect of the pendulum or the other side of the coin is Ajit Pawar's stories and his loyalty.
I get that, but I think you speak to reporters who've gone to Baramati and they say it's Sahib versus Dada. So Sahib has made this election like he has in the last elections as well. He has said, this is my last shot.
Correct.
All right. He's 83, 84 years old. This is my last shot. He's made that whole emotional pivot and he said, I'm handing over my 50-year political legacy to my daughter. She's a 3-term MP. I want you to make her win again. And it's clear as far as he is concerned that the legacy is being passed on to the daughter. The daughter is the upkeeper of Sharad Pawar's legacy. So he's playing that emotional card. Well, whether it will work outside of Baramati, I don't know. But certainly in Baramati, there is that emotional tugging
and
at
it's
your
also
heartstrings.
not as if the old wily fox hasn't also tried to repair political fences. So at the regional level, amongst the cooperative, there were some people who had sort of moved away from Sharad Pawar, and he's actually gone to their homes this time. He's visited them. There's been door-to-door campaigning, so to speak, and saying, look, let bygones be bygones. We're in this together. We grew together. We made this place happen together.
But here's the only caveat which I'm adding. When Mr. Sharad Pawar goes to a place and he says, you vote for me, it's different when he goes to say, you vote for my daughter. That's the only aspect that I'm saying. If it was Mr. Pawar on the ticket, it is hands down. Even Ajit Pawar would have gone ahead and said, don't vote for my wife. I'm not even fielding a candidate. I want him to win. But this is the transfer of the legacy. When it comes to the transfer of the legacy, people are looking beyond Pawar Sahib
Why
now.
should one dynasty, just to play devil's advocate, score in the public imagination of another? After all, Ajit Pawar
because over all the last 35 to 40 years, the person who's been Mr. Pawar's foot soldier on ground doing the job and administratively controlling and working in Maharashtra, working with the people, is Mr. Ajit Pawar. And that's all. Let's swing back to Gujarat right now, because the Prime Minister and the Home Minister are there, and there you go. These are visuals of the Home Minister taking a walk down as soon as he reached there, and then he walked away to that entrance from where the Prime Minister usually comes. So whether he'll come in that cavalcade or will he walk along with the Home Minister, we'll have to wait and watch. Let's try and get an update from Aman and Payal, who are there. Yes, Aman, over to you. And Payal, first up, Aman, what do you see around you? Amit Shah had walked towards your right, and then to the far end. Is the Prime Minister anywhere? There he is again. So these are live visuals again. Yes, Aman.
Yes, Anand, the Prime Minister is expected any minute now. When Mr. Amit Shah is taking the rounds here, we could see him going inside, just checking the reviewing of the polling booth, meeting some local voters. He was having a chat with people who had come to this booth to vote. He was having a local chat, and lots of people here to greet Mr. Modi. I can see posters of some people with Mr. Modi here. I can see little children sitting right on top of the barricades there. If you can see, to see.
That was the little girl that Mr. Amit Shah also shook hands with.
Yes. Yeah, this is the popularity, Anand, of the man. I would say, here he's like a cult status of Mr. Narendra Modi. People flocking here. Thousands are here just to see him vote. So this is the popularity of the man. I have some few locals also with me here. तो मोदी जी के लिए लोग देखने आते हैं, वोट डालने के लिए. इतनी पॉपुलैरिटी है क्या मोदी जी?
बहुत ही ज्यादा.
Ask them if they have voted yet.
तो ये प्रधान आपने वोट डाल दिया, अभी जाएंगे वोट डालने?
अभी पहले देखेंगे फिर वोट डालेंगे.
पहले देखेंगे मोदी जी को, फिर वोट डालेंगे. जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी दिल्ली चले गए प्रधानमंत्री बनके, पर गुजरात से नाता नहीं टूटा है उनका.
अरे बहुत ज्यादा गहरा हो रहा है अब तो, दिनों दिन बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा है.
अच्छा,
क्योंकि देश के लिए काम हो रहा है. वैसे
आपको लगता है काम किया मोदी जी ने?
हाँ, बहुत काम किया है जी, बहुत तरक्की की है देश ने जी. उनके बनने से बहुत अच्छा काम हो गया
जी.
बस वैसे तो आतंकवाद है और वो खत्म हो रहा है.
नेशनल सिक्योरिटी पे काम हुआ है,
बहुत ज्यादा ही हो रहा है. क्योंकि कांग्रेस के राज में तो हर 10-15 दिन में तो 1-2 ब्लास्ट होते ही थे
जी. और
यहाँ पर भी मुख्यमंत्री नहीं थे ना पहले, तो कर्फ्यू लगता था हर हफ्ते 10 दिन में, और आज 20 साल हो गए, कभी कर्फ्यू नहीं लगा
जी. You can see, Anand, people, local Gujaratis here telling us that पहले कर्फ्यू लगता था गुजरात में हर महीने. 20 साल हो गए कर्फ्यू नहीं लगा है. मोदी जी ने नेशनल सिक्योरिटी पे काम किया है. And this couple here, before casting their vote, they're standing here along with us, trying to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister. This is the popularity of the man. He may have gone to Delhi as the Prime Minister, but the person is saying his popularity in Gujarat has only grown. The bond has even become stronger.
The popularity of PM Modi remains, of Amit Shah remains, but the BJP has had its fair share of problems. This time, how have they tided over this Rajput, sentiment after Purushottam Rupala's comment, Payal. They've worked quite a bit to try and assuage feelings there. Is that true? And have they been able to make good?
Well, of course, yes. Yes, of course, Purushottam Rupala, after having made that controversial remarks, Anand has apologized multiple number of times. And in fact, in one of his last appeals, he has said that, you're angry with me, which is okay. I understand you got hurt with what I said, but what has Prime Minister Narendra Modi not done for you? He has empowered the Kshatriya section a lot. He's empowered you guys a lot. So vote for him. That's the appeal that he has actually made. But if BJP sources are to be believed, then, Purushottam Rupala is looking at convincing victories, looking at a convincing margin. That is something which the BJP is completely sure of. The target is only 25 right now because one seat is already in. The Surat candidate is already in. That's already in the BJP's kitty. So that's something which, of course, is not going to be a problem as far as them is concerned. And the impeccable record of Prime Minister Narendra Modi for 2 decades as the Chief Minister of the state and now as the Prime Minister for 1 decade, seeking his third term is something which, of course, a lot of people from Gujarat are really backing on. Just to show our viewers that this is exactly the gate from which the Prime Minister will be going inside. There on your screen, what you see, the gentleman over there is standing. He's Amit Shah's poll agent from Amit Shah's very first term. He's been the longest association that Amit Shah has had in Gujarat politics so far. And of course, over there also you see a lot of people lined up. I can very clearly see there's one portrait that a person is holding up, most definitely standing right there in the center. Must have arrived very early in the morning because he knows that the Prime Minister goes from there. And generally, whenever the Prime Minister sees the public, coming out with something, we've seen that in public rallies also, Anand, that if anybody's come out with some poster, if anybody's come out with anything else, the Prime Minister has been more than happy to oblige, and acknowledge the fact that, this is the work that is being done for the people. So early voters now walking in, they're trying to get in so that they can actually go out and really vote. Let's try and understand from them, if we are able to speak to them, they're just going into vote right now because in a bit from now, the Prime Minister will be arriving here. The Prime Minister will be expected here anytime. And to my left, where you can see my video journalist Umesh is going to show you the visuals. This is from where the Prime Minister Anand will be stepping out and he's expected to take an impromptu roadshow. That's what he had done last time around. He's also expected to give us a comment back. He's expected to take a small impromptu roadshow. Normally, he's seen coming in issues like, in functions like this. He's seen coming in an open jeep. So that's
right.
What we saw last time around as well.
Where is
and 8:30 in the morning is when the Prime Minister goes away.
Where's the
Right, Anand, I can see Prime Minister Narendra. Anand, I can see Prime Minister Narendra Modi's elder brother over there talking to the BJP leaders over there. That's Narendra Modi's elder brother, who's of course there also in queue. Right, Sobha is already there. He's actually also waiting for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and waiting for his turn to vote as well. That's something which we are able to see. So that the gentleman in the jacket is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's elder brother.
Right.
Anand.
The last time around, the PM, I remember, had actually walked across to his house, his elder brother's house, to call on him, where the family had stepped down and then they had a conversation and then he walked back. So that's what happened. This time we see him here. Already there. Hiraba no longer with us, but at this point there are a lot of people around. Aman is still there. The visuals coming through. Amit Shah is in conversation with some of his aides, having discussions. They're all waiting for the Prime Minister. We had seen the Prime Minister's cavalcade already leave Raj Bhavan. So what time are they expected? Aman, any conversation around as to what time he's expected? There you go. We have Mr. Shah's polling agent standing there and having a look at the watch, saying that Prime Minister should have arrived. So any moment now, because 7:30 is the time when it was said on the clock that Prime Minister will come. There are voters who are being allowed to walk across as long as they show their voter IDs and they're walking across to the polling booth to cast their ballot. Yes, Aman, where is the Home Minister? Is he further down the road waiting for the Prime Minister's arrival? And if they're all on foot, so are we expecting the PM also to walk down? Contrary to the jeep that he took last time.
It is expected, Anand, because Mr. Amit Shah has walked right down to that road from the spot where the Prime Minister has arrived. He's expected any minute here now, and maybe he will walk. We'll see. I think the cavalcade will come, and then we'll see what happens. But here is the polling booth where you can see, and Mr. Somabhai Modi, that is the elder brother of the Prime Minister. He's very much standing there also. He's also going to cast his vote. He just lives nearby, and as you said last time, the Prime Minister has just walked to his residence to meet him also. This time he's standing here, he's waiting for the Prime Minister. And here, Anand, the special part, I would say, see, the polling booth is open.
Yes.
Normal people are queuing up and voting as normal. There is no disruption at all in the voting. People are, in fact,
you have your voter.
I see a large
I'm just going to ask you to pause for a bit, Aman, because Payal seemed to have somebody who's just walking across to vote, a senior lady, senior citizen. Yes, Payal.
The senior citizen has done herself proud. She's come out and really voted. Ma'am, how important is it for somebody to come out and vote, in every election? You've just come out and vote. What is firstly just show us your ink you have a ink finger.
आप हिंदी में बोलिए।
आप आपका जो आपने वोट किया उसका साइन दिखाएंगे हम लोगों को?
वो जो फिंगर दिखाइए।
हाँ, कितना जरूरी होता है मैम वोट करना?
बहुत जरूरी है, बहुत जरूरी है।
गुजरात के लिए कितना अहमियत है वोटिंग के लिए?
मेरे को पूरा भरोसा है सर जीता है।
आप मुझे एक चीज बताइए, आप कितने साल से यहाँ पे वोट कर रहे हैं?
मैं तो 30 साल से इधर कर रही हूँ, 30 साल से इधर कर रही हूँ।
But she is from Kerala.
मेरा एंकर स्टूडियो से पूछ रहा है, आप केरला से हैं?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी।
केरला में कहाँ से हैं आप?
मैं तो पतनमथिट्टा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में।
पतनमथिट्टा।
कितने साल से गुजरात में हैं आप?
40 साल से।
So Anand, पतनमथिट्टा 40 years Kerala lady wisely coming out and vote. आप एक्साइटेड है प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पे आने वाले थोड़ी देर में? आप रुकने वाले नहीं उनको देखने के लिए?
रुकेंगे, उधर खड़े हैं। मेरे को पाँव का थोड़ा तकलीफ है, इसलिए मैं दौड़ के आई। पाँव का थोड़ा दुखता है।
But she's come out. But she's come out.
A lot of people are
But
standing
she's
here.
come out early to vote.
Well,
That's interesting that she's been in Gujarat for the last 40 years. She's from Pathanamthitta, and again, that's a keen contest in Pathanamthitta, where it was Anil Anthony who was the candidate of the BJP, A.K. Antony's son. And it was an Antony versus Antony fight in Pathanamthitta. But here, it is all about Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. It's his constituency. Now we see the roads, the decks are cleared. I think we see the alertness of the cops, the security that is present there, and that itself shows that any moment now there could be the arrival of the Prime. There you go. So they're all on alert. That's the SPG. There you go. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has arrived, and he is not taking a jeep. He's actually going to walk down all the way. So PM Narendra Modi arriving there and wearing the colors of the BJP on his person in terms of the saffron jacket or the Bhagwa jacket. This time around, far more pronounced from the top leadership of the BJP compared to 2019 or 2014, where it was multicolored, softer colors. But this time around, largely the Prime Minister has been seen wearing the color of the BJP flag, that is the Bhagwa flag, and as they are called, the Saffron Party, wearing it proudly. This is a check jacket this time, and Amit Shah present right there to welcome him with that shawl, the BJP's emblem shawl, which has the flag of the BJP, or it's just a plain, it's a Bhagwa Gamcha that's been put around, and he's taken it off and handed it back to the SPG. Chants of Modi Modi, flags and symbols of the BJP present there, the SPG present there. These are pictures. Just again, another visual, another camera feed that we have cut to, where the Prime Minister has been welcomed and then they're walking down. Aman and Payal, first I'm asking you, Payal, can you spot the Prime Minister? Is he in your sight, or is he just going to turn the corner and then appear for you?
Expected around any time. My video journalist Umesh is putting those shots, for our viewers to really see. The entire area has been completely barricaded. Movement has completely stopped, which clearly means that the Prime Minister is expected to be here anytime now. But his elder brother has just gone inside the polling booth. So we'll keep our visuals to the road where you're expecting the Prime Minister.
He's not in your eye line yet, but he's already come down the street. Yeah. He's walking down the street right now. We've got the live pictures and the feed.
He's expected to be here anytime, Anand, because we've seen Amit Shah also take the same route and go. So that's the visual to my left that we're keeping our camera fixed on. Remember, it's a lot of crowd over here in the morning as well. But we're going to bring in the first visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Of course, he's going to be walking, like you're saying, along with Amit Shah. He was, of course, welcomed there at the arrival point by Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, one of his closest aides for decades together, one of his close confidants even in the government, and somebody who's also part of the same state that he really is in. So even last time around, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi came to vote, Amit Shah was then the BJP's national president. He was seen accompanying the Prime Minister. We'll have to just wait for a few seconds. I can hear a lot of noise in the background, which clearly means that anytime now you can expect Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive at this location where we are standing at. And to the visual that we see right in front of us, that we really see is that we see, right, we will in fact keep those shots to the visuals itself. We'll allow the camera person to get the best view possible as well.
Well, we have the visuals, Pal. We have the visuals. Aman is with us. We have the visuals of the Prime Minister walking down, and he'll just come up to the corner. That's where Aman and Payal are stationed, right at the polling booth. But it's a bit of a walk, a half-a-kilometer walk. It's right on the intersection of two roads, and he's coming down one road. He will walk into the polling booth and then go. Yes, Aman, can you see the Prime Minister?
Yes, we can see the Prime Minister now. Anand is waving to the crowd as he's walking this road. It's a walk of nearly about 200 meters. He's taking that walk, coming right till the polling booth, and wearing a bright wearing a bright saffron jacket. I can see the Prime Minister from here waving to the crowd. And you look at the popularity of the man, Anand. Even when he's come to poll, we can see thousands of people here on both sides of the road trying to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, trying to take a picture of the Prime Minister. I can see some people with the tricolor also, waving the tricolor as the Prime Minister passes from here. And here he is, loud chants as the Prime Minister walks here. This is his backyard, Anand. This is the stronghold of Mr. Narendra Modi. And, even if there's been a minor setback in Gujarat, it is Mr. Modi who's put always the BJP back on track. You were earlier mentioning about the Purushottam Rapala comments, which were trying to hurt the BJP, which was Mr. Modi, who did the damage control. He came down to Gujarat on May 2nd. He made a statement in favor of the Kshatriyas. He applauded their sacrifice for the country, made the damage control with Purushottam Rapala, also had to apologize multiple times. And now we can see the Prime Minister directly in our frame. Anand, he's going in, he's meeting some people now. Yes, he's shaking hands with some people there in the crowd who have gathered there to talk to him. Yes, and you can see the Prime Minister there in our frame.
Yeah, he is.
This gesture by the Prime Minister, he's chosen not to driven to the venue. He's chosen to walk, so that personal connect with the people here. And many people here, in fact, waiting to vote, Anand, before first trying to catch a glimpse of the Prime Minister, and then they will go inside this voting booths to vote. But you can see the Prime Minister there interacting with the people there, the locals there, having a chat with them.
Yes, and he's also signing. He's just signed. He's autographing a poster or a sketch of his that's been made by one of the people who has handed it out and requested him. As he saw it, it caught his eye. There you go. That's the sketch that's been made, and he's giving it, signing it. There is another one that's been handed over to him. The SPG standing guard there, and he's looking at them and saying, "Let me do this," and indicating to them, and then handing the pen back, thanking the people. No comments to any of the media that's waiting there, but just walking straight across, thanking everybody, acknowledging the affection that's being poured out to him by the people waiting there. We can hear a lot of traditional dhol and nagara and music that's being played out there. That's right at that corner, the intersection, and straight ahead is the polling booth. That gentleman there is Mr. Amit Shah's polling agent, and his brother has already gone in. So Narendra Modi's elder brother has already gone in towards, so he's not there right now. He's inside the polling booth. There he is, right at the entrance. PM Narendra Modi's elder brother waiting for him right at the entrance of the polling booth. The gentleman in the beige jacket, half jacket, that's his elder brother Somabhai. And there you go. Other people also requesting. That little girl who shook hands with Mr. Amit Shah, I think she's been escorted. She's been escorted further there. Yeah, there you go. That's the girl who shook hands with Mr. Amit Shah. And she's being sent back after a photo op and shaking hands with the Prime Minister. And this is PM Narendra Modi meeting his elder brother, greeting him as they walk in together to cast their ballot. So this is PM entering the polling booth to cast his ballot. All arrangements made and overseen by Mr. Amit Shah himself, who was there by around 7:10. It's about 7:45 on the clock. 7:30, the Prime Minister's arrival. Arrives at 7:35, a 10-minute walk down as he acknowledges the support, the people there. And now he is going to wait in the queue. Some people standing there waiting to meet him. An interaction. Let's see if we can get the ambient sound. So the Prime Minister there showing his voter ID slip, his name being verified, checking if you've checked the numbers with the polling agent. There you go. That's his ID proof that he's handed over. That's the voter ID proof. His brother also following suit, doing the same. So following the entire norms, protocols that need to be done as you enter a polling booth to cast your ballot. There the name is being ticked, the voter ID list is being matched. Of course, the polling agents would be at the ready with the names, but the formality has to be done. And there he goes, signs at that register. Every voter is asked to sign against their name, voting number, and then you get inked on the left index finger. So the inking happens, and now the PM will walk towards the EVM machine where he will cast the ballot. So there's a click that happens, and there's an indication that you may go ahead and cast your vote. And there'll be a buzz beep. Sometimes it is, sometimes there's a light that, yeah, there you go. There you heard the beep. And then he will wait for the VVPAT to come through. The printout happens, and then he's come to the other side. So the exact procedure when we go ahead and cast our ballot, cast our vote, and he's thanking everyone. Amit Shah, the candidate for that area, not entering the voting area, but standing right outside. The next voter has also followed suit. And the Prime Minister's elder brother will also be going through. And there are chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai as the PM walks out. Public school in Ranip, which is a traditional voting area, polling booth for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister walking out, followed by the Home Minister Amit Shah. Now we'll have the other camera angle as he steps out of the school. Does he walk to the waiting media and give them a soundbite like he did the last time around? We'll have to wait and watch. There you go. So he's going out again to meet more people. That's the PM walking out, and now looking to his right, the far corner of that road, where he didn't actually walk. Aman is back with us. Aman, right behind you, the Prime Minister interacting with people at that corner, right opposite the polling booth. There you go. He's gone back among the crowd, gone back. And I think that gentleman, those two youngsters who were standing right at the corner with the sketch of PM Narendra Modi, he's autographing that sketch too. He's signing that too. Young kids on the shoulders of their parents. There's a big, thick crowd which is already present, waiting to see PM Narendra Modi there. Aman should have the PM right behind him. From his spot, he could see both the PM and the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Now, does the PM walk across to that media gallery where the waiting media is standing there? Or does he just walk back without speaking with the media? So no interaction as of now. He's walking back down that same road from where he entered and he approached the polling booth. There you go. So that's the cameras. So showing it to the waiting media, the cameras, that I have cast my vote. This time around, there is no symbol around the... Yeah, so the Kamal is not there.
Yeah.
It's
that was
not
the
there.
controversy, the last to have
yes.
any party symbol within, I think, 100 meters of the polling
That's
station.
right.
Yeah.
So,
and also when you're walking in, not to wear that
Yeah.
symbol. So
Well, just for 2
he's
minutes,
not wearing it this time. Yeah.
if you look at the pictures here as they come through, this is an important pivotal moment in this campaign. Halfway through, almost by the end of the day. In fact, more than halfway through by the end of the day. I wonder what thoughts are running through the Prime Minister's mind. In the last 1 week, he's used his time well between phase 2 and phase 3, given several media interviews. Really saturated the media with sound bites, thoughts, etc. He realizes the importance of this. And these two phases have also seen a complete and distinct change in the manner in which the Prime Minister has messaged the voter.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the key factor, although, the BJP leaders, one after another, keep saying that, we're not worried so much about the low voter turnout because it's our voter who's come out. Frankly, there is no discernible way in which you can, with 100% confidence, say it's voter X or voter Y who's actually come out. So yes, voter turnout will be in the back of his mind. Whether or not the intense rhetoric, the polarizing nature of the rhetoric, and you can have, schools of thought on should he be indulging in that kind of language. But the point is that that's a message to the cadre. That's a message to the worker. please come out and, mobilize more and more support, mobilize more and more of the BJP's voters to come out, because there is a problem. When you're seeing in places like Rajasthan, even in Western Uttar Pradesh, a fall of 4-6%, that is a concern for the BJP. Not so much, I don't think it makes a difference between defeat and victory. What it certainly does is it sends out the message that this is a very thanda election. And you don't want, when the Prime Minister is seeking a record third term and he himself has raised the benchmark, to 400 par and 370 and all of that, you don't want a thanda election. You want an election where people are charged up, they are coming out to vote, they are exercising their franchise as though this election really makes a difference in their lives and makes a difference in the future course and the future trajectory.
It's about
of
legitimacy
the
at the end of the day. Every
Absolutely.
government wants to come
Absolutely.
across as one that has really swept the national,
imagination.
But this interaction,
Exactly.
the interaction with the people with 4 SPG, and he's breaking all SPG protocols right now. But this also shows that he feels secure among his people. It's not that he has a problem going amongst the voters, people there, whatever the threat perception. This is also the aspect of tugging at an emotional cord. Let's face it. No matter how much of rational work that you do, you build roads, you build infrastructure, you've studied the economy, you build homes for people, you're giving food security. All of this are not the emotional aspect. These are somewhere fall back as far as the rational measures, and rational
In fact, that's
measures
what the Prime
sometimes
Minister
don't
has done.
take,
Even
you
in
need
Bengal.
an emotional aspect, and you've
Even
got to
in
judge
Bengal-
someone emotionally.
Even in Bengal, where, of course, the local administration is really hostile to the Prime Minister, he's got out of his vehicle and he's met with a large number of people. In fact, those visuals from last week were quite symptomatic of this People's Connect. But just look at that screen once and let's think a little bit about the Amit Shah Modi combination. What a relationship these two individuals actually share.
Yeah.
And think about the seamless manner in which they have come together. And this is very characteristic of the Sangh and the BJP. You had Atal Bihari Vajpayee and Advani. Before that, you had Mr. Govalkar and you had Shyama Prasad Mukherjee and Deen Dayal Upadhyay. Deen Dayal Upadhyay, of course, was the protege, so to speak, of Mr. M.S. Govalkar. Different direction. And remember, when it comes to DDU, Deen Dayal Upadhyay, he came up with integral humanism. And at that time, actually before it became the official dogma of the Bharatiya Janata Party, at that time, of course, the Jan Sangh, he had to take a sign-off really from M.S. Govalkar. So fundamentally, this party works very differently from some of the exclusively personality-driven parties that we see. So there is
this whole
complete
relationship, I think it's a great point. I think Payal knows quite a bit about this. Apparently, the first time the Prime Minister met with Amit Shah, he was probably in his teens, I believe, at an RSS camp as a Shakha in Narayanpura. So this whole Jodi, this partnership, Payal, between the Prime Minister and Amit Shah, it goes back 30, 40 years. Tell us the origins of it and what makes it tick, this partnership.
When a be no lack of trust also. That's the one thing that actually binds the two of them together. We've been hearing multiple stories now and then saying the two and the number one have a difference, but it has never been there. You know, many people within the Gujarat circle joke that they're probably thicker than a man and his wife together. That's the kind of confidence that they have on each other. That's the kind of rapport that they have with each other. They understand each other's signaling very, very well. And Amit Shah is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's most trusted man. Now, why Amit Shah came to the BJP, why he came to the RSS, that's also a different story altogether. Given the fact that Amit Shah's family was completely Gandhian, his mother was a Gandhian, and there were a lot of questions asked on Amit Shah as to why he wanted to go to the RSS in the first place as well. He fought those battles. That's a long story that we'll have to tell our viewers at some point in time. But having said that, this is an unbreakable Jodi, as I said. This is a Jodi which has delivered the most success as far as the BJP is really concerned. Remember from the Gujarat days, where Amit Shah was also the Home Minister, he was also somebody who had been a close aide of Narendra Modi then, to now what you see in the center as well. There are several bills, crucial bills that Amit Shah has been able to pilot and then, get it passed under the same regime as Narendra Modi. Amit Shah being BJP's most successful president as well under his regime. The BJP won everything from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, if you say that, metamorphically. But that's the kind of success that they've really set, and that's the kind of trust that they've really had. And of course, you've seen Amit Shah always play that very subtle aid to the Prime Minister. He's never seen, boasting about himself. That's something which Amit Shah is very, 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 very good at, giving a very, very good messaging, saying that the leader at the top is just one, and the leader is, of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. That's exactly what the entire BJP really believes in. But, there days from Gujarat to the fact that when Prime Minister Narendra Modi was coming to the center in 2014, the big task of winning Uttar Pradesh was handed over to Amit Shah. Amit Shah was the General Secretary.
आप लोग भाई इस गर्मी में आप लोग दिन रात दौड़ कर रहे हैं। आप अपने स्वास्थ्य की भी चिंता कीजिए, क्योंकि चुनाव के दिनों में पत्रकार साथियों को दिन रात दौड़ना पड़ता है। मीडिया की कंपटीशन भी इतनी है कि आपको समय से आगे दौड़ना पड़ता है। मैं तो यही प्रार्थना करूंगा आप सब पुराने साथियों को कि अपने स्वास्थ्य का जरूर ध्यान रखें। और मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि पानी बहुत पीना चाहिए। जितना ज्यादा पानी पिएंगे तो आपको बहुत स्वास्थ्य के लिए भी ठीक रहेगा। आज तीसरे चरण का मतदान है। मैं देशवासियों को विशेष रूप से आग्रह करूंगा कि लोकतंत्र में मतदान ये सामान्य दान नहीं है। हमारे देश में दान का एक महत्व है और उसी भाव से देशवासी ज्यादा से ज्यादा मतदान करें। आज तीसरे चरण का मतदान है। अभी और करीब करीब 4 मतदान के दौर आगे भी है। यही एक रेगुलर मतदान करता हूं और अमित भाई यहाँ से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, मैं कल रात को ही आंध्र से आया हूं। अभी गुजरात में हूं। मध्य प्रदेश जाना है, महाराष्ट्र जाना है, फिर तेलंगाना जाना है। तो इतने कम समय में मैं ज्यादा बात तो नहीं कर पाऊंगा, लेकिन मैं गुजरात के मतदाताओं को भी और देश के मतदाताओं का भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जो उत्साह उमंग से मतदान में हिस्सा ले। गुजरात में लोकतंत्रનો ઉત્સવ છે। આનંદ કે પહેલા 2 ચરણમાં જે મતદાન થયું છે, હું ઇલેક્શન કમિશનને પણ અભિનંદન આપીશ, દેશના સુરક્ષા બલોને પણ અભિનંદન આપીશ અને ચૂંટણીની વ્યવસ્થામાં જોડાયેલા વહીવટી અધિકારીઓને પણ અભિનંદન આપીશ કે પહેલા 2 ચરણમાં ક્યાંક નહિવત હિંસાની ઘટના ધ્યાનમાં આવી છે। અધરવાઇઝ આપણને ખબર છે કે પહેલા ચૂંટણીમાં હિંસાનો દોર ચાલતો હતો। આ વખતે ઇલેક્શન કમિશનની અનેક વ્યવસ્થાઓ, હું ઇલેક્શન કમિશનનું એટલા માટે પણ અભિનંદન કરું છું કે એમણે પૂરું ઇલેક્શન કેમ્પેન વોટર ફ્રેન્ડલી મેનેજમેન્ટમાં એમણે ધ્યાન કેન્દ્રિત કર્યું છે. ઇવન આજે પણ મેં એમની એક ઘડિયાળ જોઈ, જે ઘડિયાળ મતદારને લગાતાર એલર્ટ કરે છે કે તમારું મતદાન થયું, અને બધાના મોબાઈલ પર એ ઘડિયાળ અવેલેબલ છે. તો ઇલેક્શન કમિશને પણ ટેકનોલોજીનો ભરपूर ઉપયોગ કર્યો છે. અને હું તો मीडिया मित्रों ने પણ કહીશ કે हम लोगों ने देश में भारत की चुनावी प्रक्रिया कैसी है, चुनावी मैनेजमेंट कैसा है, और दुनिया के लोकतंत्र के लिए ये बहुत ही बड़ा सीखने योग्य एग्जाम्पल है. दुनिया की बड़ी बड़ी यूनिवर्सिटी ने केस स्टडी करना चाहिए. आज दुनिया में करीब 64 कंट्रीज में चुनाव है, उन सबका कंपैरिजन करना चाहिए. और ये वर्ष एक प्रकार से लोकतंत्र का उत्सव न सिर्फ भारत में, पूरी दुनिया में है. और भारत ने दुनिया में जो भी अच्छी चीजें हैं वो चुनावी व्यवस्था में विकसित की है. और मैं मानता हूं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन इसके लिए बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन का अधिकारी है. आप सब मीडिया के मित्र तो अब भारत में 900 से ज्यादा टीवी चैनल्स है, 5000 से ज्यादा दैनिक अखबार निकलते हैं, और वो तो पूरी तरह चुनाव के रंग में रंग जाते हैं. और इसलिए हर एक का प्रयास और यही मंथन है जो लोकतंत्र को भी मजबूत करता है और देश को भी मजबूत सरकार देता है. तो मैं इसमें योगदान देने वाले एक लोकतंत्र के महायज्ञ में जो भी जितनी आहुति दे रहा है, सब अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं. मैं फिर से देशवासियों को यही कहता हूं कि आज गुजरात में और जहां जहां चुनाव का मतदान का दिवस है, बहुत भारी मात्रा में मतदान करें, लोकतंत्र के पर्व को मनाएं, उत्सव के रूप में मनाएं. मेरी आप सबको बहुत शुभकामनाएं. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi there, one soundbite, but then not even two birds with one stone, multiple issues that he's addressed with just that one single soundbite, saying today or in this time, 64 countries are going through the process of elections. And let's see what is the case study or what's the template that Bharat is presenting to the world in terms of election management. At a time when the election commission is being lambasted by many corners of the opposition, with there the whole flood of accusations and jibes at the election commission, he sat there and then he celebrated the election commission, saying what you have done on ground to make all polling booths voter friendly is phenomenal, commending the officials, commending the poll management so far in the first two phases, saying largely violence free compared to what we have seen in history or in the past. The other aspect of an elected autocracy, he's then championed the voters, saying you are the ones who are voting, crores of people, and look at the democracy and look at the lakhs of polling booths and polling officers who are across the place, and the voters who are coming out to vote, and we need to come out and vote in large numbers. Freedom of media, he talks about 5,000 newspapers and 900 channels. Can we really control 5,000 newspapers and 900 channels? So another aspect, the international narrative, saying learn from us. Don't try and teach us, learn from us how we do it. With more than 140 crore population, 97 crore voters, how are we able to manage elections across seven phases in the manner that we are doing? And lastly, it's the fight against democracy and those who believe that autocracy is the way forward. He says, let's champion democracy, let's champion and celebrate this festival of democracy. Not literally a dance of democracy, ladies and gentlemen, but as a festival of democracy. That's how the Prime Minister has summarized and address multiple issues that will be, of course, focal point of conversation going forward. He wants the media to also talk about how we are doing our elections. We'll talk about that, but first let's see how they're going about the voting business and polling and the challenge for the BJP. The electoral aspect also he talks about, saying, I want you to come out and vote. This time around, the Kamal is not there on the badge, but the Bhagwa is there on the sleeve. So yeah, that's how.
I mean, all of that, of course, is symbolic. And, this whole talk about electoral autocracy and so forth. Of course, Indian voters do vote in huge numbers, but that doesn't, mean that everything is right about India's democracy. There are, of course, some aberrations, some anomalies, and that is true of all democracies anywhere in the world.
They're all going through certain stress. The election, it's a case study.
Obviously A-grade, administrative work. But again, in that picture, just when he was giving the soundbite, he asked Amit Shah to come closer to him. I'm always fascinated by this relationship between Mr. Modi and Amit Shah. It's not quite the Vajpayee-Advani relationship, because there were more of equals there, had equal and mutual respect for each other. Here, of course, a lot of respect for each other. But you would have to say that there is a bit of a Guru-Chela sort of situation here.
Can we just see if you have live audio for it, this interaction? Oh, there's no audio. So the lady there is speaking with PM Modi going right close and talking to the lady there. And I think she's visually impaired. And that's the conversation. That's why the conversation, all the more special. One wonders we are not getting the audio. There is no audio to this video feed, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, we would have gone to, and we would have also loved to listen to what the conversation is. It's just come. Oh, it's come just when the conversation has gotten over. It's come just when the conversation has gotten over. But that lady there, visually impaired, the PM walking right up to her, holding her hand, having a conversation, and she had something to say to him amidst all the noise. He just went right up close to her, put his ear to her mouth, and then heard what she had to say, and then there was an answer and an interaction. Hopefully we'll get that clip on that conversation, what was said later on. But this is the confidence that the Prime Minister has passed. We're talking about the Modi-Shah equation. The fact is that Amit Shah reaches at 7:10, and this is something which is done when the Prime Minister is there, 10 minutes before the Prime Minister's arrival. He is there.
Elaborate on this point. It's a fascinating chemistry they share. It's not really a relationship of equals in that sense. There's a lot of respect, though, because each one of them knows that they're very good at what they know best. The Prime Minister, of course, has been a great executor of the policies, etc. And we've seen this from Gujarat. He's a great administrator. Amit Shah is a bit of that. But more importantly, Amit Shah knows the electoral game. He's he's a nuts and bolts man. He's always sort of taken pride in being somebody who knows the pulse of the voter. Yes.
Shared with me by somebody who works closely with the both of them. It's a PM will give you some broad directions about things. And if you say that, this is what I want to do, and he doesn't think it's a good idea or thinks it's difficult, he says, okay, think about it. Okay, if that's what you want to do. And basically leave it to you. But Amit Shah is the kind of a 3 a.m. friend, he'll just do a flow chart on just how you can get to where you should be getting to and where you want to get.
And it's fundamentally so different from the Advani-Vajpayee. And look, while of course this is the most electorally successful partnership the BJP has had, let's not take away from what in fact even Deen Dayal Upadhyay did for the BJP, coming up with the first coalition.
But Rahul, why would you want to compare it with any other equation?
I'm not comparing. There's
no need to drop, because this itself.
You are not allowing me to finish. I'm not comparing at all. I'm just saying that just like you can't compare batsmen or jodis, as they say, opening pair across generations, I think fundamentally we forget that in the larger context of the victories, the other partnerships also had their very important role in setting the base. Remember, Mr. Modi was Amit Shah to Mr. Advani at the organizational level for a very long time. If you just jog your memory back.
Yes.
So there is this hand-holding capacity in the BJP, which we don't really see in other political parties.
But here's the thing: the Advani-Modi equation is different from the Modi-Amit Shah equation. There were equations that.
I'm making that point. Yeah. I'm only saying that there are obviously different. The different pairings bring different things to the table. Let me just put it that way. But it's fascinating how pairings are the fulcrum really around which the BJP continues to pivot. I don't know what's going to be the next one. What do you think? We throw this around the table.
I'm not going to hazard a guess to the next one. I'm still waiting to see this work out. To a logical
because Amit Shah doesn't seem to at this moment have that.
No, he has
I'm just asking you, do you really want them to prove more than what they have done over the last 25 years? do you really want Amit Shah and Modi to prove more? That means we're still expecting 10 years in power at the center, 15 years in power in the state, and we still turning around and telling them, I want more from you people. That itself is testimony to what they have delivered, Nisula. You are saying, I still want to see what they will deliver.
No. I'm saying they've still got a road to travel. That's what I'm saying. And this is an epoch-making election. This is the third term, which no other prime minister in India has got, aside from our first prime minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. And it's huge, coming on the back of 30 years of coalition governments. And for a party which we as political observers and reporters had been told for many years would never happen, that the BJP would get a majority on its own. That was something we were always told.
If BJP for a very long time was an untouchable,
Absolutely.
treated as a political outcast. Political parties were scared to publicly. It's only VP Singh, when he came to power and he used BJP and the left.
No, it was Lohia first. Lohia first.
But it really came out in the open only after.
That is true. Of course. I mean, the BJP, look, the first time it was really brought into mainstream was the emergency, the Janta era. Before that, if you really look at the way the Samyukta Vidhayak Dal came together, and at that time, Lohia made the first outreach. That was after the 67 election.
They had that Lohia pact.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think that, look,
Let's
the BJP is
bring it back to the current election, because I just want to get a sense, you know, the area around where the Prime Minister, Ranip, of course, is the place where he spent a lot of his, politically formative years, as it were. And if you look at this area, I mean, it's typical middle class. You have shops and commercial establishments, small schools, a lot of children being brought forth, and of course, the Prime Minister indulging quite a few of them, giving his autographs and so on. Nisula, I mean, you've covered the PM for some time. This is also a testimony of where he came from and what his beginnings were, and the fact that he goes back to this place to cast his vote, not just for
No, but
Lok
this is
Sabha.
his hinterland, so to speak.
Yeah.
You know, every politician in democratic politics has a hinterland or a kshetra, as they call it. You know, where you derive your primary source of strength before you expand your influence beyond the borders of that. Of course, he has been there for a while, and he's been chief minister in that state for 12 years. He's been a voter there for decades on end. And
No,
if you
when
read,
he came to Delhi, he could have easily changed his voter booth to Delhi. Right?
not if you want to go back and
Why does he want to
fight
go back?
elections there.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah.
Why does he want to go back?
No, because that is his place, and everyone claims a spot. You need to claim a
he wants to
hinterland.
retain his
You
connection.
can't be just a Delhi gadfly.
And I think more than
And
that,
expect
he
to be
doesn't
Prime
want to be
Minister.
seen as a Delhi
Yeah.
Darbar
just a-
Prime Minister.
You can't be a Delhi
See,
gadfly
he's
and
always-
become Prime
he's
Minister
always
in this
situated
country.
himself
the
as an
fundamental
outsider
discourse
to
of
Lutyens.
this leadership under
So-
PM Modi, and then has been
giving
to
autographs.
break it away
What is
and to diffuse the Delhi concentration. He signed it on that lady, the little girls with their mehendi, and he's signing their his autographs on their hands.
I don't know how long their hands
indulging
not gonna
them.
get washed.
The fact of the matter is that they have said that we are not going to make everything centered around Delhi. It's not Delhi centric anymore.
Even
With
the G20
it
wasn't.
was
Even
all
the
G20
G20
was.
That-
But with
all
the
of
PM,
that,
I think the
Anand, that
message is
comes
don't
later.
forget your
Answering
roots.
Zaka's
Never let go of
question
your
is
roots.
that, when you are a politician, the Delhi is you have to engage Delhi. But unless you're strong in your own hinterland, there is no way that you can make the leap.
Can I draw a contrast? And Javed Ansari, please weigh in, because you know much more about the Gandhi family than we do. Contrast this with, where the Gandhi family votes. They are essentially South Delhi, Lutyens, Delhiites. Rahul
They are
Gandhi,
New
Sonia
Delhiites.
Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, they all vote in the what is called the
Minor
NDMC
correction,
zone.
they are New Delhiites.
New Delhiites.
I am South Delhi.
Yeah, but like I said,
Myself and Rahul.
the Prime Minister, unlike them, keeps going back to this place. And look at this place. It's not like, Gujarat or Ahmedabad does not have the swanky parts of the city, the malls and, the Sabarmati River front and all of that. But this part of town where he hails from, where he cut his political teeth, just look at it. It's middle-class India. It's a reminder of where this man has come from.
Yes, so the difference between him and the Gandhis is that he's from there. The Gandhis are not from Amethi. They are not from Raebareli. You look at Mulayam Singh.
Yeah.
Mulayam Singh was chief minister several times. He was also defense minister. But he went back to Etawah, to Jaswantnagar to vote.
yeah.
Chandrababu Naidu goes back in vote. Sharad Pawar goes back to Baramati in votes. So all those people who who
Zameen
come up
se
from
jude
the
hue.
regions
Jo zameen se jude hue.
are the ones, they want to retain that foothold there. They want to
And
retain.
don't forget that this, in a sense, is his second sojourn in Delhi. He came here as General Secretary. He was very much at the BJP headquarters, and all of us that was sort of reporting back then went to the BJP headquarters. The Prime Minister was very much there in another avatar, giving the sound bites, doing the rounds of also studios. So he knows Delhi, but actually, as
He
Javed
didn't know
Bhai
the
says,
work. He didn't know
he
the
didn't know how,
workings
he
of-
didn't know how to, and he relied a lot on Mr. Arun Jaitley when he first came in as Prime Minister to sort
Rahul,
of crack
do you
the
remember
Delhi
speech he
equations.
gave, that speech he gave after the 2019 victory
Yes.
to all the young MPs, and he said, when you come to Delhi, you will meet a lot of sevadars.
Yes.
So basically, Delhi is also a darbar city. You have a lot of courtiers, you have also a lot of middlemen, and
Yes.
those kind of characters who promise you the moon. Hum ye karwa denge, wo karwa denge. So he was warning them, from his own experience, don't fall into their trap. And
But
I
there
don't
is a
think he
Delhi
had very, very
politics
happy
which is also
associations
from the
with Delhi.
time of the fact that Delhi was a seat of for many hundreds of years. It was and then perhaps post-independence it became the political capital, and everything started concentrating into Delhi. Somewhere this leadership says, let's go back to our roots, let's go back and nurture our constituencies. The PM pushing this 303 MPs that you have to go back and nurture your constituency. You've got to go back every week. And that's something that was pushed. R. Rajgopalan also with us. What ticks the Modi-Shah combined? How would you look at that? And the PM going back to his roots, going back to his people, saying, I may have adopted Varanasi, I may have become the Prime Minister, I may be a global leader today, but at the heart of hearts, I am a Gujarati. And I'll come back to Gujarat and to amongst my people.
Anand, Prime Minister is for messaging. Whatever he does is a message. Just now, Rahul Shivashankar took the name of Arun Jaitley. I want to reveal certain important secret to the News 18 viewers. How Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Amit Shah relationship work. During the ministry formation, Arun Jaitley was not ill, was not having a good health. There were consultations. Once Mr. Arun Jaitley told me, nearing the conversation of finalizing the list of ministers, Mr. Modi gave 3 options to Mr. Amit Shah. You want to take finance, home, education. And Mr. Arun Jaitley suggested it should be home, because a lot of work to be done for the RSS, FCRA, the organizations where they get funds, foreign funds for machineries like that. So Mr. Shah was keen on education. Do you know that? A top secret I'm telling you today, because Narendra Modi decided you take home. And that was a shock to Mr. Amit Shah, because he was aiming at revolution of new education policy, etc. So such was the connection with Mr. Amit Shah and Narendra Modi. And there were differences during the budget sessions, during budget preparations. Mr. Amit Shah will put lot of X, Y, Z. Mr. Arun Jaitley was not at that time finance minister, but I learned from top sources that Mr. Narendra Modi takes the final call between finance ministry and home. So therefore, the messaging is very clear. Apart from that, Anand, June 10th, BJP will take oath of office in Odisha. That is what Prime Minister said in Odisha yesterday. So that means Mr. Narendra Modi has chalked out the program for his swearing-in ceremony and also for June 10th, like that. And finally, I would like to ask Ansari, how many total seats Congress is going to contest in this Lok Sabha, Javed? Do you know any figure? Is it less than 250 or 210? What is the number?
It's 300 something. I don't have the exact number, but it's 300 something.
No, I think this time they're not going for more than 270. I think it's about 240 seats, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Rahul is there. Rahul Shivashankar is also here. Mr. Rajgopalan saying 262.
I'll just confirm that for you. It's not more
he
than...
Just said, he's saying 262, Mr. Rajgopalan.
Yeah, it's not 272 for sure. So the Congress can't really win a majority on its own, because it's not even contesting those many seats. Let me just confirm
this is the lowest ever there.
Lowest ever, yes. So let me
Mr. Rajgopalan, are you saying something? Yeah.
There is a stiff fight among the India alliance. That is why Mr. Narendra Modi is, trying to do politics within the India alliance. That is also a major story, Anand. You have
okay, 330. Okay, we stand corrected. It's 330 seats.
330 seats the Congress is contesting overall this time around out of 543. So that number
it is still the lowest, I think, that the Congress has been contesting. Certainly in the last 20 years, it's the lowest.
Okay, there's some confusion here.
400 plus,
There is
correct.
some confusion.
No.
So it has so far announced 278 candidates. Now, I don't know how many more to go, but this was as far as the last 7 days.
Yeah, so even the nominations for the 5th round has not started.
Yeah, so 278 is where we are.
And you can never
Candidates from 27 states and 8 union territories.
So what I gather, it's
minus 3, Puri, Surat, and also Indore.
Yeah, so they say the thing is that they might fall short. Another 15 candidates they might announce. We don't know. So right now it's 278.
278 minus 3 candidates where the candidates withdrew, that is Surat, Vadodara, and one more seat. So there the candidates, that's what he's saying.
But they've got somebody else.
Yeah.
So 275 seats is what Mr. Rajgopalan is saying is their lowest ever that they are actually contesting. So there is also this effort to try and diffuse the India alliance. So politics is the fact that you have to weaken the opposition while you strengthen yourself. But the way the Prime Minister has been doing it is something which is phenomenal. His connect with the people on ground, and this is his bastion. This is his home ground, his own constituency, and people.
One more minute.
Yes.
One more.
Yes.
Taking the coup from finance, home, defense, education in 2020 June 10th or 15th, whenever Mr. Narendra Modi takes third time, what portfolio Mr. Amit Shah will get?
Well, that is for Mr. Narendra Modi and that cabinet to decide.
I wanted to ask Mr. Rajagopalan that
you cannot
question.
even come out and say that the BJP is actually going to coast. It is for the voter to decide. The BJP will make their own point. The BJP.
Sir, I think he's the insider. I think he knows.
So why don't you tell us? Why don't you tell us? Let's start with you, Mr. Rajgopalan, because right now, sir, they are into the third phase. We have not even got to about 280 seats being polled. That will happen only by 7 p.m. this evening. So tell us, what do you think is going to happen?
Home. There are more things to be done. He will stay in home only.
So Mr. Amit Shah will continue to be the Union Home Minister.
I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. I don't think 272 or 303 has been crossed yet.
Yeah.
But I want to come back to the point that Rahul was trying to make about why the Congress is contesting less seats, and Javed Ansari can weigh in on this. The Congress is taking that tactical call. It could be a wrong call. It could be a call that completely comes unstuck on the 4th of June. The tactical call is that if Mamata Banerjee were to win maximum seats in Bengal, and DMK would win maximum seats in Tamil Nadu, and other alliance partners, Shiv Sena, UBT, and NCP were to win in Maharashtra, then the Congress does not need 272. When UPA 1 was formed, and I keep going back to this, Javed Ansari was covering the Congress back then, they had 115. So essentially, this contest, 2024, on the one hand, BJP wants 370 or 400 par or whatever. That's the figure they've set for themselves. The Congress's figure, if they need to have a realistic chance, if the India Alliance needs to have a realistic chance of coming to power, is the Congress needs to cross 100. Where is that coming from, Javed Ansari? They were 52 last time. Where are the extra 48 seats coming from?
Well, for one, I do not know if the extra 48 seats are coming. However, maybe states like they're hoping to make small gains in Rajasthan, in Chhattisgarh. There is some talk of Madhya Pradesh. Well, if that happens, then the sun will rise from some other direction. They're hoping to make gains in Karnataka, in Telangana, some in Maharashtra. But I do not see them repeating the figure of 2004, which was 116, it was 116. I don't see that happening. And the reason why they've contested this is that they are clear. There's this realization. One, they do not want to spread themselves thin. They want to focus on 100, 150 seats, put all your men, money, resources, whatever, and try and see however many you can get. And they also realize that no matter what they do, they will never, they are in no position to form the government on their own. It will have to be with the help of allies. It will have to be an alliance government.
But what because he's the numbers man within this group right now, and he's got the magic wall, that's exactly that number that he's put out. He said that the Congress has to win 100 seats for the India Alliance anywhere to be in a position to form government or to stick.
No, I'll tell you why.
That's how the arithmetic adds up.
Because the numbers simply don't add up. because the rest of the parties, look at the rest of the India Alliance parties, TMC, Samajwadi Party, NCP, Shiv Sena, DMK, will not get 172 on their own.
Precisely. And that's the question. That's what I wanted to look at. There's a fundamental difference between 2004 and 2024. The fundamental difference is that the left came with 40 plus seats back then.
64 seats. 64 seats
exactly.
in 2004.
The Shiv Sena, the NCP itself had a significant chunk of seats. You had the DMK that was there with a large number of seats. Today, all of them, unfortunately, are making and the gains for the Congress will perhaps come at the expense of the other parties, not so much the BJP, as we've already seen.
2014 itself, the NDA was there only in 6 states. In this phase 3 itself, the seats that are going into polls, the maximum are Congress versus BJP. In those, BJP has gotten over 71 or 78.
Because the Samajwadi Party
and they have
imploded.
And in 2004, even in a state like Gujarat, Congress had
Uttar Pradesh
outperformed BJP.
Uttar Pradesh, the BJP got less than 50 seats. It was the SP and the BSP that had more than 50 seats.
SP had 40 seats.
Had 40 seats.
40, that's the best ever performance.
That is a change that has taken place on the sort of geographic electoral map of India. Uttar Pradesh has gone lock, stock and barrel to the BJP, and you know that old sort of axiom always.
But let's bring back this conversation to another aspect that the BJP needs to do to get anywhere close to the targets that the Prime Minister himself has said. One is to shift the goalpost altogether from 372 to 272 to 370. But for the BJP to max out in their third term, do better and perhaps do a Gujarat. That is that they do a never before. They really have to score big. Third phase, fourth phase, fifth phase, sixth phase, all 7 phases in the remaining 5 phases.
This is the
they
are defending 73 seats.
Out of the 94 seats that are polling today, BJP has 75 at almost 50% vote share. And I think that's significant as well. The Congress has only 3 out of 94 seats. The Congress has just 3. The JDU has 3. The TMC has 2.
On 78 seats, Zaka, they have more than a 40% vote share.
I'm saying in the 75 seats that they won,
exactly what I'm
they have
saying.
close
Why
to 50%
like
vote share.
2004?
Exactly.
In the 75 seats that they won, they have 49% vote share. And mind you, in a multi-cornered contest where you have so many different parties, in Bengal you have TMC, in UP you have SP, in Bihar you have JDU and RJD. For one party to have almost half of all the votes polled, so 1 out of every 2 voters who's casting their ballot last time around in 2019, 1 out of 2 voted for the BJP. They maxed in Gujarat, of course, all 26. All the seats polling today in Madhya Pradesh were won by the BJP. In the Yadav belt, which is polling today, in the Yadav belt last time around, the Samajwadi Party, part of the Yadav belt, the Samajwadi Party had only 2. The remaining 8 seats went to the BJP. In Chhattisgarh, Congress had 1. All the other seats went to the BJP. All 14 seats in northern Karnataka that are voting today, all went to the BJP. In Assam, they had 3 seats that are going to polls today. All 3 were won by the BJP. I think this election, to my mind, of course, if UP remains more or less where it was in 14 and in 19, this election will be decided by Maharashtra, and you can see why I'm getting to Maharashtra, because look at the distribution. Like I said, 2 parties that are there on the ballot this time did not even exist in the last election. That is the NCP Ajit Pawar faction and the Shinde faction of the Sena. In the constituencies that are going to polls today in Western Maharashtra, 2 are held by the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, 3 by the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, 2 by Sena UBT, and the rest are 4 by the BJP. Maharashtra, to my mind, is the great unknown of this election. And 2, Javed and Nistula can weigh in on this. Out of the 5 seats in Bihar that are going to polls in this phase, only 1 is held by the BJP, 3 are held by the JDU, and 1 by the LJP. I think Bihar is the other great unknown, simply because this whole change of alliances, it's happened, I think, 3 times over or 2 times over in the last 5 years. Nitish was with the BJP, went to the Gathbandhan, came back to the BJP. His MPs, how are they faring? I think, again, is a critical factor. Javed and Mr. Love.
So, if there is a soft underbelly to the BJP alliance in Bihar, it's Nitish Kumar. Whatever gains Lalu and Congress and the left hope to make will be they are expecting it to be at the cost of the JDU. Not
Why
so
are
much
those
to-
seats weaker compared to where the BJP has sitting MPs?
Yeah, for one, because of Mr. Nitish Kumar's flip-flop politics for the last couple of years, and it's also that it's now 15 years of anti-incumbency. He's been clever enough to be on the side of power, no matter whoever rules Delhi. It's the sense that's room for him to maneuver.
And
Well, I
Maharashtra,
had gone
as we
to
yeah.
Maharashtra and I'd spent some considerable time there. There is no wave in that election.
No wave.
No. And the second important thing that I noticed, and it's appeared in the Hindu today as part of an analysis that I did, is that this is just the semi-final. The Lok Sabha election is actually being looked at as a semi-final. Everybody is looking at the horizon beyond, which is the assembly polls in October. So whatever happened in 2019 in terms of splits, the reckoning will happen later. But that doesn't mean that there is no uneasiness among the people about this splitting of parties and the reasons that they attribute that these parties have split, the narratives that different parties are going to the ground with. Even the BJP, they feel that they'll do well because, there is an overwhelming Modi factor in these elections. And in fact, that is the reason why the reckoning will happen later. This is Modi's election. But individually, they have an issue with their allies. And Mr. Shinde has been a very, very hard bargainer. He has got 15 seats within the Mahayuti. Earlier when we were talking to people about the seat sharing arrangement within the Mahayuti, the NDA as it's called there, they were saying that within single digits, Shinde will get within single digits, BJP will fight almost all the seats, and Ajit Pawar will be given 4 seats, and whatever. Yeah. Ajit Pawar got stuck with some 4-5 seats, but Shinde managed to wrest 15 seats, including South Mumbai, Thane, Kalyan. These are important seats. And all of this is just positioning for the assembly election. So that's why the BJP is saying that we'll see whether vote transfer happens. Even those guys have a problem. So there could turn out to be a zero-sum game where everybody comes out even Stevens from this. But they don't expect a repeat of 2009.
I think so. The results from Maharashtra will have a very strong bearing on the overall figure of BJP.
Yeah, the overall
and
figure.
The battle royal that is taking place in Baramati between Ajit Pawar's wife and Supriya Sule. That is the one to...
Correct. Maharashtra 48, Maharashtra 48, Karnataka 28 and the Bihar 40. This actually comes down, these are the 3 big states
I don't share
in
the
terms
view
of returning numbers.
That Nitish Kumar in this equation is the laggard. Yes, of course, if this was an assembly election, Anand, it might have been the case. But with Modi on the ticket, I think we all know that there will be a back-end consolidation. It's in Maharashtra, which is the more problematic state. Why is it problematic? Because I think Zaka made that point. There's some untested allies. And look at how the UBT and the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP have gone out there saying that, look, this is more of an emotional election. Yeah. You have to remember that 2 individuals who were the legatees of, a movement, so to speak, are today fighting for their survival and are coming to you for endorsement. Will you endorse them or will you endorse those that have undermined the movement? More than that. So I think fundamentally Nisra is right that there is jockeying for the next assembly election. But I think with Modi on the ticket, 41 is not something that we should discount for the NDA here. Baramati, I think, is the bellwether. Satra and Baramati are the bellwether seats. If they go, then this whole business of the emotional card, etc., etc.
The larger question, Rahul, is with Maharashtra voter is the Maharashtra voter going to do what some of the other states in the past, in the last 10 years have done? Saying that in the center we will elect differently and in the state it will be a different dynamic altogether. Will they go through it, especially with this entire whirlpool of emotions and sentiment that's happening? Just coming back to the pictures right now on our screens, this is after PM has left casting his ballot. It is the Union Home Minister Amit Shah who is now go to Narayanpura to cast his ballot. He's a candidate from Gandhinagar. But this is in the society with his members where his family is residing, where he is residing. There was a photo op that happened. We did see Jai Shah there for a bit in the frame, but he moved away from the picture. It was all about his father and those people who have worked with him very, very closely. And this is Amit Shah just walking out.
Again, I keep coming back to that point. This looks like a normal middle class For want of a better word, a DDA housing society.
I've
It's
seen,
not one of those high-end condominiums.
It is a high-end area, but it is suburban.
Okay.
Let me put it this way. I have been to that house. Of course, it looks like a house of a prosperous man, but not like a palace or anything.
Exactly.
And the interesting point is that when Prime Minister walked into his polling station, there was a gentleman there with thick specs and a beard who greeted him. That was Harshad Patel, who used to be and probably is even in this election, Amit Shah's election agent, polling agent across elections.
Yes.
And in the 2022 assembly elections, he was finally given a ticket. He fought from one of these Gandhinagar seats, and safest seat was given to him, and he became finally the candidate.
Yeah.
So it was a big deal for him then. But he has been the faithful polling agent for many, many years.
Right. Now, Amit Shah, these are pictures from earlier when the Prime Minister was in Ranip and then he went across. Then after that, we've got pictures of Amit Shah leaving his residence in Narayanpura, going across to the polling booth where he will cast his ballot. Payal is perhaps there. Payal, what's happening around you is when is Mr. Shah expected?
Mr. Shah is expected at about 9:15. That's the official time that was given to us. Anand, let me just show you. This is the Kameshwar Mahadev temple, and it's always been a tradition of the entire family to come here. First, seek the blessings over before the voting takes place. In just the parallel booth where, of course, Amit Shah will be voting. He's going to be accompanied by his entire family, by his son Jay Shah, by his daughter-in-law, by his wife Sonal Ben Shah. So the entire family comes together. They cast their vote, and then Amit Shah is going to spend the whole day. We're given to understand in Gujarat. And he has been somebody who's been a dedicated party karyakarta, a dedicated party person who understands the process of election very, very well. So his office also telling us that he's not going to have a free day today. After he casts his vote, he's going to go across to various booths across Gandhinagar, where of course he's looking to seek his second term. It was a long-held bastion by L.K. Advani, who was a member of parliament since the 90s. From here, Amit Shah was given that seat in 2019, and this is seeking his second term as well. He's also targeting a very big victory margin. This time around, given the fact that the Prime Minister set a target of 400 plus, Amit Shah being one of his trusted lieutenants, one of the key, political strategists as far as the BJP is concerned, and he's been called the Chanakya for obviously he's been called Chanakya for all the obvious reasons. So obviously, in a bit from now, we'll see the entire family come together to cast their vote. It's a very, very hot and sultry day. So all the leaders, in fact, choosing to.
So they've left. They have left their residence in Narayanpura, Payal. They've left their residence in Narayanpura. So Vase, it is about what 10 minutes to the temple, Mahadev temple, because they will offer puja and then step out at around 9:10 to go across to the polling booth.
But it should take a little longer than that, because the official timing which has been given to us by the BJP says 9:15, and Amit Shah in fact stays on the SG highway. Narayanpura is where he votes since 1989 as well. He probably is going to go to a couple of societies and encourage people to come out and vote. That is something which, of course, his office has been telling us. We'll have to just wait to get those shots from the agency which is accompanying him, in fact. So that's something which is awaited. But 9:15 is the official time. So anytime around here, you can expect the whole family to be here. They'll be praying at this temple where I'm standing, and that's the reason the security is barricaded that entire entrance to the temple. Of course, they're sanitizing the entire premises, given the fact that Amit Shah is also the Home Minister of the country, and a lot of protocol follows the Home Minister when he really travels. So he's expected to also give us a soundbite once he casts his vote along with his entire family. The entire family, interestingly, Anand, has been a very, very key aspect as far as Amit Shah is really concerned. It was not just his son who, of course, has been doing multiple sabhas and watching what the happenings in the constituency is. Most importantly, it is his daughter-in-law also who's been doing a lot of work. She's been doing a lot of work involving women, in particular, making various schemes available for them, telling them the benefits of the central government scheme. His wife being his key support as well. She's also been out and about campaigning and canvassing for Amit Shah as well. So obviously, there are a lot of people who've done a lot of background work, because Amit Shah generally comes to the Lok Sabha constituency once when he casts his nomination, and the constituency leaders then tell him that, you just stay away, you do the rest of your campaigning, we will ensure that you win. So that's the kind of confidence they have in the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, and in particular Amit Shah being, somebody who's cast his vote at this very booth since 1989. I remember him telling us very distinctly that 1989 was the first time that he actually cast his vote from here. So obviously, in a bit from now, we can expect the entire family to be here, and we'll be getting you the pictures first.
Well, the difference of 10 lakh votes, that's the target set. I want to win by a margin of 10 lakh votes, and I'll do that. And he's spoken with News 18 multiple times, even at the rally when he was in Gandhinagar. We were there on board of the poll bus, and he said that I'm confident we'll do, and we'll be an apratyashit जीत होगी यहाँ पर भी, गांधीनगर में भी और पूरे देश में भी, is what the Home Minister had said. We're going to take a very, very short break. When we come back, we should have the Shah family just getting into that Mahadev temple ahead of casting their vote. Stay with us.
The batters all.
To that, before I come to that, on the Prime Minister, you recently compared the situation of Muslims in India to Jews in Hitler's Germany. Is that not an exaggeration?
No,
given that we've got the highest Muslim population in the subcontinent or around the world, and they're prospering?
I said this in the last Parliament session when I was given opportunity to speak on the President debate. So I had said this, and I can corroborate why I said that. Hate speeches, yes, it did happen before 2014, but the amount of hate speeches against Muslims have increased not 100 times more. It was the Supreme Court who had to intervene and get cases booked when the Dharam Sansas were held. Mob lynching has increased. Hijab has been made a national security issue. Azan has been made a national security issue. What I eat is being made a very controversial thing. Laws have been passed on religious conversion. Laws have been passed against interreligious marriages. And then these are the things which started in 1930s of the then Germany. Then the Kristallnacht movement happened. Movies are being made. The same thing happened during in 30s in Germany. What kind of movies are being made? All with all nonsense and all complete lies. Okay, you say it's not a fact. So we are leading towards it. And when the Prime Minister stands up, he does not speak for the 133 crore people. He speaks about his ideology. How can the Prime Minister call us this Guspeti? How can the Prime Minister demean the Muslim women saying they give birth to more children? Then what about, why are you opening all these centers of fertility treatment? Close them down. Can the Prime Minister understand what a woman, there are so many fertility centers throughout India, in Hyderabad also. You close them down. Why are you demeaning? You criticize any other political party you want. It's part of your electioneering. But to demean 14% population, what is the message is sending?
So can I ask you a counter question? When we talk about polarization, it's never one-sided. You also go to a beef shop and say, "Karte raho." In a country like India, when you do that, isn't that seen as polarization?
No. Am I breaking a law? No, I'm not breaking a law. I wanted to expose BJP, which have been successful. You have taken 10 crores electoral bond from a company called Alayana, which happens to have a factory in Telangana. You have no objection in taking 10 crores, but your objection to a Muslim Qureshi, whose profession has been that, who sits for 17 hours in a day and makes 500 rupees, a Kathik who opens a shop, you are against them. You want to close those shops. Day in, day out, you speak about them. So you are more into...
Huge call out from the CNN News 18 skylines in Noida. Go out and vote. And of course, pehle matdan, phir jalpan. But Amit Shah reversing that, pehle jalpan and then the matdan. The Gujarati breakfast, ladies and gentlemen, it's just yummy. No matter what diet you are on, you have to break it all to enjoy that, savor it. Jalebi, fafda, poha, it's all there on the plate. And he himself is a foodie. He just loves his food. There's an interaction that's happening with various society members. As Payal was saying, from one to the other, he's going and interacting with people and encouraging them to go out and vote, to go out and cast what is their franchise, their fundamental duty, and of course their right. So there you go, the mouth-watering jalebis, and there is fafda there. I can spot that, and also some other small snacks and savories, which is part of a traditional Gujarati breakfast. Payal is still with us, and within the studios also. I hope
that doesn't look healthy. I mean, like that's
but,
not a particularly
Zaka, there is a
calorie-free
story here.
diet.
In the 2017 assembly elections, Amit Shah would have these midnight meetings, strategy meetings with Bhupendra Yadav, Dharmendra Pradhan, all these people. And then, these snacks would be coming in just to keep people going through the night. And he used to always tell people, khao, this is Gujarat. He who has the capacity to digest besan will win in this state.
No, so that's why I said that the call out was that you set aside all your diets and your calorie meters and your calorie counts, and then you go ahead and enjoy the breakfast, be it in Vadodara or in Surat. I've done that. It's just phenomenal. Or in Ahmedabad, wherever you go. So we've got two of our colleagues on ground in Ahmedabad right now, Payal Mehta and Aman. Payal, the Gujarati in you loves the breakfast too. Tell me, what is being served there? Is it the traditional Gujarati? I see jalebi, I see fafda there. There is some, the poha has not yet been served, and the chai perhaps will come later. But Amit Shah himself is a foodie.
Well, absolutely. Food is something which you associate with every Gujarati, including me as well. But there's been no breakfast for us so far. We are just putting up with the heat. As of now, we'll just go and get some breakfast some time from now. But yes, fafda jalebi is something which is celebrated for every occasion, whether it's a shadi, whether it's any celebration, whether it's, of course, the voting right now. That's the best breakfast, and that's the best breakfast which is actually served hot as well. Piping hot jalebis with some hot fafda being served. And I promise to all of you, especially to Nistula, that I'm going to get some besan for her from your. But yes, of course, in a bit from now, Amit Shah will be coming along, and this has been a constituency that he's known for a very long time. Like I said, 1989 was when he first voted. He's been somebody who's been an MLA also multiple number of times. He's known to be somebody who knows people by their names. In some constituencies, he knows each and every house number. He knows people by their names. So that is the kind of association that he's really had, with people as well. He's been somebody who's actually a key strategist as far as the BJP is concerned. That's a public knowledge, as far as his entire political journey is concerned. But many people do not really know that he has a lot of anecdotes to also say, and a lot of anecdotes to give about everything, right from the working of the Ahmedabad Municipal Corporation to the fact that the BJP unit over here, he has a lot of stories to tell, a lot of anecdotes to tell. And that's something which, of course, he always keeps sharing from time to time as well. But this is a big test for him, given the fact that his party leaders over here, his party workers over here want him to target a margin of 10 lakh win this time around. There are 22 lakh voters, Anand, in the Gandhinagar constituency, and Amit Shah has a tough task of reaching half of that. 10 lakhs is what his party cadre really believe that he should reach. And they believe that all that Amit Shah needed to do was just to come and file his nomination, which he's done a couple of weeks ago. We are here also when he cast his nomination. In fact, when he filed his nomination.
Right.
And now he has to come out and really vote because he has to canvass through the entire length and breadth of the country. So in a bit from now, in about 15 to 20 minutes from now, it's 8:45 now. His office tells us that he should be here by 10 minutes past 9. But meanwhile, he can be seen, walking through the society, the old society, where he's been.
I'm just going to pull away from you, Payal, and get a quick word in from Aman. Aman is also in Gujarat, and that breakfast being served, I did spot the namak paras. The namak paras is also quite popular here in UP, ladies and gentlemen, and it's just, you just can't stop eating it. And that's like I said, you got to keep the calorie meter and the counts aside. Aman, whereabouts are you? And have you had the chance to sample Gujarati food, traditional breakfast?
I had one on top about 5 days ago.
Well, not Anand yet. We were just at Mr. Modi's polling booth from where, Mr. Amit Shah was also present there. Now we are at Rameshwar Mahadev Mandir, and right next here is a polling booth where Mr. Amit Shah was first going to come and cast his vote along with his entire family. And, as Amit Shah voted first in 1989, Anand, this seat has also been with the BJP since 1989. For the last 35 years, Gandhinagar has been...
Aman, just pause for a bit. We've got another set of visuals of the Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel also casting his ballot. It's on your screen, right to the extreme right of your screen. That's Bhupendra Patel. He's there waiting in queue behind other voters, showing his voter slip, and then following the entire paraphernalia and procedure in terms of walking up to the ballot box, and he's just standing there with the rest of the voters in queue to cast his vote. That's the Gujarat Chief Minister. Yes, Aman, go on.
Yes, Anand. So I'm showing you, this is the Rameshwar Mahadev, the famous temple in Ahmedabad, where Amit Shah is expected shortly in the next 10 minutes. He'll be coming here and then he'll be going there to the polling booth which is right next to the temple there. There Mr. Amit Shah will be going and voting. His entire family will be here, as Payal was explaining. His son, his wife, his entire family is going to come. And as I was saying, since 1989, this seat has been a bastion of the BJP. You know, earlier it was Mr. LK Advani in 1989. The BJP won this seat for the last 35 years. BJP's had this stronghold over this seat. Mr. Amit Shah contested from here in 2019, won by about 5.5 lakh votes. And the BJP is aiming for a record win for Amit Shah this time. You know, he has traveled in the constituency, filed his nomination. He has been now, as Payal was explaining, he's going from society to society, encouraging people to come out and vote early. And this is what the Prime Minister also has been impressing upon people, because the heat is rising. You know, now I can feel, you know, the temperature is touching 40 degrees even at about 9:30 a.m. So people encouraged to come out, vote, come early. And as soon as Mr. Modi was polling, I also saw a huge number of voters. Mr. Modi's polling booth, and here also at Mr. Amit Shah's booth, we're seeing a number of voters already lining up to vote. So appeal to everyone to vote early and then go and have your breakfast. And we'll try and also get it once we're done.
So pehle matadan, phir jalpan gets reversed in this heat wave. Quickly, maybe perhaps that's what stays. So pehle matadan, phir jalpan, go out, quickly cast your ballot, then come back and enjoy your breakfast. It's a weekday, it's a Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen, it's a working day. And that's the reason why you step out a little earlier, cast your vote before the heat is up, then you can go about live. Most of the places where it's a day of casting your polls, it's a half day, or you have the the freedom to take a leave. In fact, it was a paid leave announced when Noida went to ballot here in this region. So wonder what's happening, but all those incentives aside, it's a fundamental duty. Ja, vote kar, go vote is a campaign here at CNN News 18. We're going to take a very short break. Stay with us.
Bonds from a company, but you're not interested in the economic little bit progress, prosperity of a poor man who runs a shop with 2 or 3 people.
But what about the fact that your critics say that you also do identity politics primarily, and your politics is only Muslim-centric?
No, how? Is it wrong to talk about a community which is lacking behind on all the parameters of human development indicators? It is. Please tell these people to read the Kundu Committee report, which was given to this government in 2014 October. Please read the NSSO data. What does that say? Please read the National Family Health Survey.
So are you saying that the Muslim reservation issue that has been kicked off by the BJP this time around, are you saying that Muslim reservations are fair and needed? Because the BJP has made it a poll plank to say that that reservation shouldn't come for all Muslims, only for backward Muslims, and it shouldn't come out of others' quota.
Well, you see, number one point is that it is completely lie that someone else's share has been taken and given to the caste among the Muslims. In Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh, this reservation started in the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. Mr. P.S. Krishnan, a renowned anthropologist who's nowhere in this world, who was very much instrumental in the Mandal Commission report, he had created a list of castes of Muslims which will get reservation and a list of castes which will not get reservation. Now, where is this case of getting a base of religion? In Maharashtra, the reservation was given. People challenged it. It went to Bombay High Court. The Bombay High Court upheld it. They said, yes, reservation can be given to Muslims. They are socially, educationally backward in education.
In some states, it's being given to all Muslims with no concept of creamy layer. Like, for the example, the Prime Minister has raised the issue of Karnataka, and he has also raised the issue of Andhra.
See, the interesting part about Karnataka is, when Yedurappa was a CM twice, he allowed it. He continued with it. Just before assembly elections, you do that. You see, when you are in power, you allowed it. And before assembly elections, you remove it. So I hope the Congress government should have rectified it and taken steps, because the academic year is going to start now in next 2 months.
I am with Asaduddin Owaisi, the sitting MP in Hyderabad, on his quintessential door-to-door campaign that he is very famous for. Are these elections a little bit different because the BJP is giving you a very spirited fight?
See, we have defeated BJP from 84, 89, 91, 96, 99, 2004. 2009, 2014, 2019, and again 2024 years. So it's BJP has been there, will be there, and they'll always lose also, inshallah.
No, but this was considered to be a seat where nobody really challenged you in the manner that the BJP putting up a candidate like Madhvi Lata is doing this time. Is it a little bit different?
No, not at all, not at all. You see, the problem is that the earlier candidate didn't happen to be from an upper caste. So the media was not very hoo-ha about it. But now everyone talks about it. Anyway, so BJP is there. BJP, we have been defeating BJP.
But do you think it's because of her upper caste credentials or because this is a woman who's very articulate, very ferocious? She's leading the campaign from the front.
Are you saying that Venkaiah Naidu was not articulate when he contested against our then party leader in 1986 and lost? Are you saying that Mr. Bhagwant was not an articulate candidate from BJP who contested in 2014 and in 19 or the then deputy mayor of BJP? So,
भारत माता की
क्रांतिकारी कदम है।
कांग्रेस वालों को लगता है कि मौसम बिगड़ा है।
मजबूत भारत के लिए मजबूत सरकार, मोदी सरकार।
मैं गुजरात में चूंटणीओ लड़ावी पण करी अने चूंटणीओ लड़ी पण करी। अब की बार एनडीए सरकार 400 पार।
Is the voter turnout going to be the decider is a big question, ladies and gentlemen. As we approach 9 a.m., Prime Minister Narendra Modi has cast his ballot. The Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has cast his ballot. In a short while from now, the Union Home Minister Amit Shah will be going across with his family to exercise his franchise and cast his ballot. And we are only telling everybody here, go vote. What are the X factors for Gujarat? It's only Modi, Modi and Modi all the way, ladies and gentlemen. But still, there are certain issues. These are key BJP bastions. It's a bid to retain these 26 seats because if they need to inch closer to their set target, by what Vada Pradhan has said, that is the 370 number, they have to do very well in this phase. And that includes winning all of Gujarat comprehensively. BJP is confident that it will beat the double anti-incumbency, and if the recent assembly elections are anything to go by, they should actually sleepwalk through it. But there have been some issues on ground too. Purushottam Rupala's comment has not gone down very, very well. Now, will that anti-Rajput remark backfire, or has the PM been able to do the damage control? Has Purushottam Rupala's apology and his sincere plea saying you take it out on me later, but don't punish the Prime Minister, don't punish PM Modi, don't punish Narendra Bhai. Will that work? 17% Rajput voters who have traditionally backed the BJP, will they still come out and vote? Now that's going to be important. And will that have an effect in the neighboring areas also, not just in Gujarat? Is there going to be a spillover effect elsewhere? That's another question. Caste still a major factor in the selection of candidates. But when it comes to Gujarat, when it comes to PM Modi, does he then transcend all these barriers? That's the big question. Focus will be on the Patidar, the OBCs, the Kohli, Thakur votes. Always it's been. But they have predominantly come together and backed the PM. The Modi story, the Amit Shah story, the Gujarat story, and the Vada Pradhan from Gujarat is a big story. But fact is that he's still connected with his people. He's still on ground with his people. These are pictures coming from Maharashtra. Gujarat may be in the BJP's kitty, but Maharashtra could be perhaps the spanner in the works for everyone. No one knows what's going to happen. This man, it all centers around the sentiment for this man. Zaka Jacob, Rahul Shivshankar, Javed Ansari and Nistula Hebar with us. Maharashtra is the story. Sharad Pawar is the story. My last election for my daughter. Smita Prakash also with us. Good early morning, Zaka. how important is going to be Mr. Sharad
I think
Pawar?
Rahul's been saying this as well. I think Sharad Pawar might speak now, might give a sound bite. He's just finished casting his vote. But I think Baramati really will tell you the story. It's about the legacy. Who holds the NCP legacy? Is it the daughter or is it the nephew? So really, as somebody in the studio was saying, the candidates this time around are incidental. Supriya Sule and, of course, Sunetra Pawar. The real fight is between Saib and Dada, between Sharad Pawar and his nephew Ajit Dada Pawar, who's now the Deputy Chief Minister. And Sharad Pawar has said, like he has said in some elections in the past, that this is his last election, this is his swan song, and he's passing on. Till the last election, the 2019 Assembly election, Sharad Pawar's legacy, who is he going to hand it over to? Who's the heir apparent? That was very contested. Even he had not publicly, said, I'm handing it over to person X or person Y. I'm handing it over to my daughter or I'm handing it over to my nephew. Now it's very, very clear, at least as far as Sharad Pawar is concerned, the legacy is being handed over to his daughter. It's up to the people of Baramati, the voters of Baramati, to decide who they want to continue Sharad Saab's legacy. Is it the daughter Supriya Tai or is it Ajit Dada? And let's get, all right, Amit Shah has just gone to the polling station. No, he's at the temple.
Mahadev Mandir. The polling station is right opposite. Payal and Aman will be right there. He's reached and it's on cue. Right at 9 o'clock, Payal is with us. Yes, Payal, take us through what you say.
Yes, what you can see in front of us is Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going into that polling booth. Right in front of me is his family. I can see his wife Sonal Ben Shah. I can see his son Jay Shah and also his daughter-in-law Rishita Shah, who's also there. The whole family will come out together and vote from here. And after which, in fact, they'll also be doing darshan at the Mandir, and we can expect Amit Shah to give us a small sound bite. So we'll just be here, Anand, while the Home Minister goes inside to in fact cast his vote. And like I said, this is the old constituency. This is where he has cast his vote since 1989. He's been a very, very key player as far as the fortunes electorally are concerned, as far as LK Advani is concerned. He played a key role in working on the ground as far as LK Advani's election is also concerned. So it's a happy hunting ground. It's his home ground, as they say in cricket analogy, and he probably wants to hit it out for a 6 this time around. Score that perfect 10 lakh margin. That's something which the party has targeted for Amit Shah. And his family and he going inside that polling booth, he'll be casting his booth anytime now. In fact,
you are saying that Mrs. Shah and Mr. Shah's daughter-in-law have been very active on ground campaigning and canvassing, especially among the women voters. Take us through that.
Yes, Jay Shah's wife has been very, very active amongst women. She's been somebody who's been speaking about women hygiene, speaking about women health in particular, distributing, health bars and nutrition bars at various places. That's been something which she is championed in. Also, I'm going to just go and get you, we have Narhari Amin, member of Parliament of the Rajya Sabha over here. Sir, किस तरह से देख रहे हैं आप भाजपा का प्रोस्पेक्ट?
गुजरात में तो सिर्फ भाजपा ही भाजपा है, कांग्रेस नहीं है, कोई ऑपोजिशन नहीं है। 25 से 25 सीट हमारी 5 लाख से ज्यादा वोटर से हम जीतने वाले हैं, तो यहाँ तो कोई सवाल नहीं है। 2014 में भी और 2019 में भी हमारी 26 सीट आई थी और 2024 में भी हमारी 26 सीट आएगी।
एक आप बहुत लंबे टाइम से, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ भी जुड़े हुए हैं, अमित शाह जी के साथ भी जुड़े हुए हैं। नरेंद्र मोदी गुजरात में चले गए, पर गुजरात के लिए अभी भी नरेंद्र मोदी जी बसते हैं।
नरेंद्र मोदी गुजरात के नहीं, पूरे देश के, हिंदुस्तान के हैं। पहले गुजरात के थे जब गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री, अब 10 साल से पूरे हिंदुस्तान के हैं।
एक चीज और मुझे बताइए कि लोग कह रहे हैं यहाँ पे गांधीनगर में कि इस बार अमित भाई को 10 लाख का वोट मार्जिन लाना है, आपको लगता है?
10 लाख से भी ज्यादा वोटिंग मिलेगा और मेरे हिसाब से जो वोटिंग होगा ना, उसमें से 85% वोट अमित भाई को मिलेगा।
आप यही के वोटर हैं?
टकावारी होती है वो देखने के है। गर्मी है, हम कोशिश करें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर सुबह 7 बजे से निकले। अभी वोटिंग का माहौल भी अच्छा है, लेकिन जितना भी गांधीनगर लोकसभा में वोटिंग होगा उसमें 85% अमित भाई को मिलेगा।
आपका वोट यहीं पे है?
मेरा वोट यहीं पर है। मैं बेसिकली मेरा यहाँ से काउंसिलर रहा, एमएलए रहा और मैं वो ओके।
Well, of course, yes, Narhari Amin over there, Rajya Sabha, a member of Parliament, and he's been somebody who's been very, very well associated with the BJP. Like you were saying, he's been an MLA, he's now an MP as well. And coming back to the issue that, yes, Rishita Shah has been very, very particularly active as far as women-led empowerment and development is really concerned. In fact, outside many government hospitals, you have the Bhandara, which is run by the Amit Shah family under his mother's name. That foundation actually serves food to people day in and day out. That's something also which has been championed. That is something which, of course, is overseen by the family, and Amit Shah pretty much keeping his family out of politics as far as this entire matter is really concerned. He's been completely quiet about the entire issue. His family has been working very quietly on ground without making a noise about it, without actually bringing it to the camera's notice, etc. But that's something which, of course, has been a lot of strength as far as Amit Shah is really concerned. Because Amit Shah has to be in the center most of the time. He has duties all over the entire country. So his family has taken over the initiative from him to actually look after the constituency. And that's a huge task because there are 22 lakh voters and it's a long constituency. It's a long constituency which stretches from one end to the other as well. And that we were able to witness when we actually witnessed his roadshow during the nomination period. It was actually a length and breadth. We probably thought we had covered the whole of Gandhinagar and Ahmedabad together. That's the kind of length that you see as far as that is really concerned. So we'll have to just wait and see what the Union Home Minister says from now. But he's going nowhere. He's going to be going to booths after this. He'll be going ahead and checking what's happening on ground.
He's going to spend the day in Gujarat. He's going to spend the day in Gujarat, but he's going to keep himself active the whole day. So the daughter-in-law leads the entire family in casting, getting her voter ID checked, papers checked, and then getting the name ticked off the voter list and moving towards getting the finger inked and then to the ballot box or the EVM, followed by Jai Shah, Mrs. Shah, and then Amit Shah in that order. And there are other voters behind. Amazing that they've not let go of that. There's no royalty sense that you get, Zaka. You are highlighting this. They may be prosperous, but this entire middle class value system comes through. And that's something which is important as a political lesson for everyone to see. And there is a certain level of confidence too. 10 lakh voter margin, 85% votes, 85% of the votes will come through.
आपने किस candidate के साथ royalty देखा है? Once you are in the booth, everybody is the same.
Correct.
No, I think the contrast that I was trying to get at in the last hour as well is, where the PM voted, the surrounding areas. It's a small primary school where he voted. The surrounding areas are not, flashy, glitzy. No, just give me 10 seconds, Jawad Sahab. Give me 10 seconds. It's not flashy, glitzy. It's certainly not Lutyens. The Home Minister, the housing society where he spent some time this morning, again, looks like a very normal government housing society, like a cooperative housing society. Now he's casting his vote in this booth in Narayanpura where he's been casting for the last 35 years. The point, I think, that there is a picture in contrast. I wish they were voting on the same day. You could show it in a two-window. It's the best way to show on television. But when, for example, the Gandhis vote, and I'm not holding anything against anyone, but when they do vote, it's a very different atmosphere. It's Lutyens Delhi. It's the heart of, the seat of power in the national capital. And again, I'm not saying it's for any fault of theirs, but there is a picture in contrast, and we can't run away from it.
So what is the point you're making?
The point I'm making is that, look, there is a very, very clear and stark contrast in the way the Prime Minister and Mr. Shah have voted and in the way when the Gandhi family will vote in the sixth phase when Delhi votes.
Everybody votes the same way. If the polling booth is in Nirman Bhavan, it's not Gandhi's fault, or it's not Atal Bihari Vajpayee's fault or Mr. Advani's fault. They go there and vote. And everybody stands in a queue. There is no special queue for them.
Javed Sahab, point is the pictures speak 1,000 words. There is a certain, despite 44 decades in politics, one of the most powerful people in the country, the most powerful person in the country. There is a difference in the way the approach is made, and there is a system. There are other netas who are grassroots netas. There is a certain aura of elitism around them. That does not seem to come through. That's what the pictures say. Even in their attitude, how they are, have they changed the way they are? That's a simple question. Mr. and Mrs. Shah, after casting their ballot, let's go with the pictures. There you go. That's the right index finger, left index finger where the ink has happened. And both of them casting their vote. Now they will step out, and then we'll have Amit Shah speaking. Narhari Amin present there, Bhupendra Yadav present there as the media team makes their way out. The aspect of going out and casting your ballot, every neta has done it. Every neta has gone to their constituency and voted. But do the pictures give you a different kind of sense or energy? We'll leave it to the viewer to decide. But more importantly, I think the message from everyone is that we need your vote. We need you to vote. And in this process of democracy, The celebration is when the voter turnout is high, when it is more than 70%. That's when the story writes in itself. The first two phases, the average is about 66%. Bharat, can we do better? Of course we can. Can we try and beat the heat, duck that, and despite the heat, go out and cast the ballot? That's the big aspect. Let's not allow lethargy, complacency kick in. No party wants that. Everybody wants voters to come out and vote. Irrespective of who they vote for, they need to go out and vote. The family is outside rest. Rahul Shivshankar is also with us. The family is stepping out. Jai Shah, Jai Shah's wife, Mrs. Amit Shah, and then we'll also have the Home Minister stepping out. One of the big stories as far as this election is the voter story. Is that going to be a concern, Rahul? Do you really feel that this heat wave may actually impact results in some of the places?
Well, look,
Narari Amin just said that all of Gujarat seats, we should have an average margin of 5 lakhs. Here, 85% votes in favor of Amit Shah. But they were also concerned that voter nikal ke vote karega ki nahi.
Well, look at it in perspective. I mean, the data, if you really examine it, doesn't give you any clear indication. Low turnouts doesn't really mean loss for an incumbent, and vice versa. So that's one aspect of it. Don't also forget that in 2019, there was a lower turnout than in 2014. And that resulted in even a greater margin as far as seats were concerned.
I think overall, the voter turnout was higher. There were certain pockets it was lower.
Certain phases maybe that the voter turnout was
But I tell you what,
less.
Rahul, I was in Bangalore 2 weeks back. I was in Hyderabad yesterday. It is brutally hot. I don't know why. I mean, people in Hyderabad yesterday were saying, and we're in the first week of May. It's not a city that gets this hot.
Some of the phases were held also on a Friday, and then you had, of course, now you have a Tuesday. So I don't know if someone is really inclined to take a long weekend off, they will in a urban metro. I don't think that's true really of rural India and perhaps the more rural constituencies, because I suppose people don't get that kind of time off, etc., etc.
But
and they're wedded to the land.
Are folks in the BJP privately concerned about voter turnout, that people are not?
Certainly they are concerned. And I had in fact written a piece on this on April 11th itself, that the greatest challenge for the BJP in these elections has been the low voter turnout. Now it's a challenge in two ways. One is the maximalist position from which the BJP fights every election.
Yeah.
So they want big margins. They put a 50% vote share, sort of deadline for themselves, and yardstick for themselves. The second is that if you see voter apathy and complacency, then your opposition, which looked very demoralized at the beginning of the voting, their voters might suddenly realize that, okay, even the ruling party people are not coming out, and we who have been sitting at home thinking there's no challenge here, maybe we should kind of make a showing here, So obviously there is a feeling there, and BJP traditionally, as a cadre-based party, their people turn out to vote. If they don't want to vote, they will never transfer their vote to somebody else.
That's also the reason why the BJP gains when there are low voter turnouts. This has been statistically...
But they win big. But they win big only when their cadre turns out and they get people along with them in a kind of a collective effort.
No, hang on. There is some statistical evidence. And look, BJP supporters may not like me invoking these two names, but Dr. Pranoy Roy and Dorab Sopariwala have conducted a very important piece of research, which they published as part of a book. And that was the 2004, 2009 and 2014 elections. And they looked at turnout effect on BJP seats. And they didn't look at urban constituencies, because there you, in any case, expect the BJP to have an advantage and therefore more enthused cadres. So they looked at 60% turnout seats in urban and rural constituencies. And they found that in all these areas, the BJP gains when the turnout is low. So that is fundamentally down to the fact that the Panna Pramukh and others are extremely well organized on the ground, and therefore the BJP tries to at least slogan here, Mera booth sabse mazboot. That's the real...
But Rahul, the problem is both of what Nistula just said and what you are saying are contradictory. And I'll tell you why.
I'll tell you, I haven't finished. Just my 30 seconds, please, to beg your indulgence. It's actually not the fact that the turnout is worrying them. What is worrying the BJP is the election issues at stake here. This election, from all the anecdotal evidence that is coming through, has become a local issues kind of election. which is where the BJP is a little nervous, and therefore you see the Prime Minister trying to add the larger context, the larger narrative, the sort of. So I think that's really what is worrying.
Smita Prakash is also with us. Even as the Shah family is inside the Mahadev temple, they're going there and offering puja. These are visuals from a short while ago. They are offering puja. These are not live visuals. Smita Prakash, good morning. How would you see this is a critical phase for the BJP? They did about 72 seats, 71 seats out of 93 the last time around. Do you believe, as Rahul Shivshankar was saying earlier, this is the election that will decide whether the BJP achieves escape velocity to get to that 400 par target?
Good morning to everybody in the studio and to you. So like you said, pehle matdan, uske baad jalpan. For many of you and many journalists, I think it's pehle TV pe gyan, phir jalpan. And as far as this election is concerned, first, before I get to the larger point, is that, the visuals that you're showing of Amit Shah ji with his wife Sonal, and strangely his wife's name is Sonal as well as his principal opponent, her name is Sonal too. So he's at this mandir after casting his vote, and I think for him it's just an academic exercise as to how large the margin can be, though we shouldn't be predicting the result, but that's the situation on the ground. He's worked very hard, his family's worked very hard, and the image of Amit Shah among journalists, among many people, is this, tough politician who can be absolutely ruthless when it comes to electoral mathematics against his opponents and all that. But he's very much a family man. I'm surprised that his grandchildren are not in the picture. I guess it's a school day, and that's why his two granddaughters are not in the scene. Otherwise, they are with him everywhere when he's in Gujarat. As far as this election is concerned, 93 seats. It's in mostly in Western India, Gujarat, North Karnataka, parts of Central India. Assam finishes today. In West Bengal, alliance members are pretty upset with Mamata Banerjee for having split the anti-BJP vote. BJP has to defend, you're showing again him, he's still in the temple, 75 seats in Gujarat that they have to defend. And in spite of all that Rupala said, I don't think it will impact that much on it. They've really worked very hard. I agree with, I think, Nistula, who said that getting people to the voting booth has been a challenge. And you saw a couple of days back, that picture of the Prime Minister talking to the Panna Pramukhs or whoever he was talking to, ki thali baja ke, bells and whistles laga ke, bring people, at least one of you should get 30 people to the voting booth. So, what happens is, what I would think is that, 10 years in power, and here Zaka will bear me out, that 10 years in power, what happens is that those Panna Pramukhs who had that zeal, that bhook to, get huge margins, get people to the voting booth, 10 years in power tends to make you a little complacent that, we are so good at our job, people are going to come in anyway. So that, and then there are some who are sullen because, there are many parachute candidates who are there. So in some constituencies, they don't like the idea about having to campaign for, like in Maharashtra, the NCP candidate, they have to, NCP as in the new NCP, that candidate they have to campaign for. In Telangana, maybe some of them are not happy with Madhvi Lata. So, because she just came in last minute. So these kind of local issues were playing in. But after the first round, there was panic setting. I was there at your show in the first round. When people from Chennai couldn't come to Coimbatore because there were no buses. Remember? And then there was the situation where there were these Vimanas, the flights which came in from Dubai into Kerala, bringing in voters in Kerala. So these kind of things shocked the BJP into action. And then I think the people on the ground said, oh my God, we have to wake out of this sense of complacency. So in the second and third round, you're seeing a kind of a change, more active thing, which we are used to seeing with the BJP.
So you believe the voter turnout will be much better, but Zaka and Rahul are making a point about local issues. One of the things that the BJP has to contend with is that there are a lot of local issues which could swing the vote away from them, despite it being a central election. Agree, disagree. And that could perhaps be a bit of a hurdle for the BJP to cross. And they are already looking at some amount of attrition in some of their key states. Yes, Rahul also.
the reason this has become a local issue election is because there is no 1A leader on the other side. Many people are saying there's no Rahul Gandhi, who's the preeminent leader. Remember, in 2019, he was the declared prime ministerial candidate of the Congress. This time, he's not. So it's fundamentally important to realize that the PM is not up against one individual. He's against a soch, a vichardhara. When have you ever seen the BJP focus so much on a Congress manifesto last as this time? What does it tell you? The BJP is reacting to issues that are being set by the India Alliance.
That's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign. And that's precisely what I'm saying. The worrying factor for the BJP may not be the turnout so much as is the messaging. What is the one consistent message that has gone out from the Prime Minister? We don't have one except in the last 10 days. So they veered from Ram Mandir. Then they went on to guarantees. You had the first election around Achhe Din. You had the second around Ek Bharat, Shresh Bharat, and guess
Balakot.
what? Balakot sort of
marenge.
fixated itself into that Ek Bharat, Shresh Bharat kind of thing. Let's all galvanize. There was an action call. Here, where is the action call? What are you talking about? You're talking about jobs. It's become not a referendum election on the Prime Minister. It has become a referendum election.
We'll take this forward. Just park this. Amit Shah is speaking.
तीसरे चरण का दिन है। मैं देश भर के सभी मतदाताओं को और गुजरात के मतदाताओं को भी मन से विनंती करना चाहता हूं कि बढ़ चढ़कर लोकतंत्र के इस महोत्सव में हिस्सा ले। स्थिर सरकार, सुरक्षित देश, समृद्ध देश, गरीब कल्याण और भारत गौरव को समर्पित एक सरकार चुनिए। एक ऐसी सरकार चुनिए जो भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ हो, गरीबी का उन्मूलन करना चाहती हो, आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना चाहती हो, विकसित भारत बनाना चाहती हो और पूरे विश्व में हर क्षेत्र में भारत को नंबर 1 ले जाना चाहती हो। आज इतनी चिलचिलाती धूप के बावजूद भी अब तक बहुत उत्साहजनक वोटिंग के ट्रेंड मिल रहे हैं। जहां तक गुजरात का सवाल है, करीब 20% वोटिंग 2.5 घंटे में ही गुजरात के मतदाताओं ने समाप्त किया है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है देश भर में आज जहां जहां मतदान है वो सभी मतदाता और गुजरात के मतदाता एक ऐसी सरकार चुनेंगे जो स्थायित्व भी देगी, सुरक्षा भी देगी, समृद्धि भी देगी, गरीबी से मुक्त भारत बनाएगी। मैं आज के लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व के अवसर पर सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और फिर से एक बार पुरजोश वोटिंग कर लोकतंत्र के इस पर्व में हिस्सा लेने की अपील करता हूं। आज देश में तीजा चरणનું मतदान છે। गुजरातनी વધેલી 25 से 25 सीटों पर આજે मतदान થવાનું છે। હું ગુજરાતની જનતાને અને વિશેષ કરી ફર્સ્ટ ટાઈમ વોટરને અપીલ કરવા માંગુ છું કેવી સરકાર માટે આપણે સૌ વોટિંગ કરીએ જે દેશને સ્થિરતા આપે, સુરક્ષા આપે, સમૃદ્ધ બનાવે, ગરીબીનું સંપૂર્ણ ઉન્મૂલન કરે અને વિકસિત અને આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતની રચના કરે। એક એવી સરકાર આપણે ચૂંટીએ જે સમગ્ર વિશ્વમાં દરેક ક્ષેત્રમાં ભારત નંબર 1 બને એવી સરકાર અને એવા પક્ષ માટે આપ સૌ વોટિંગ કરો એવી મારી આપ સૌને અપીલ છે। લોકશાહીના આ મહોત્સવમાં સૌ ગુજરાતીઓ દર વખતની જેમ રંગે ચંગે ઉત્સાહથી ઉમંગથી ભારી સંખ્યામાં વોટિંગ કરે
અને અંતે આપનું વોટિંગ જ ભારતના વિજયનું કારણ બનશે એનો મને વિશ્વાસ છે. વંદે માતરમ. ખૂબ ખૂબ શુભેચ્છાઓ.
So Amit Shah urging voters from across the country, also including all across Gujarat, to come out and vote in large numbers. A quiet confidence being exuded by the BJP. Let's swing back bring it back into the studio, and also Smita Prakash weigh in on the aspect of not one clear message from the BJP, like Achhe Din or Ek Bharat Shresh Bharat and Ghut ke Marenge in 2019. In 2024, it's been a little all over the place. And because the opposition has not projected a prime ministerial candidate, does it then become more localized than centralized? That's what Rahul Shankar was saying, Smita Prakash, and then we'll bring it back into the studio to Javed Ansari, Nistula and Zaka. Yeah.
Okay, so what happened was that when it started off, it seemed like a Thanda election. But now it's literally a controversy a day. Now, what Rahul is saying is that the messaging from the BJP seems a reaction-based one to what the Congress manifesto is. In a way, echoing probably what Chidambaram wrote in an op-ed to say that the hero of, I mean, that's his words, that the hero of 2024 Lok Sabha is the Congress manifesto is what he wrote. Because he says from April 21st, if I'm not mistaken, he says that the BJP changed track and brought in Mangal Sutra, Muslim reservation, etc. Rahul, the way I see it is that the interpretation of the manifesto by Rahul Gandhi, by Sam Pitroda, and subsequently by others in the Congress is so insidious that the BJP realized that whatever the messaging they had planned for 2024 polls is not as potent a fighting of ideas, a fighting of as potent what should I say, messaging, as fighting the ideas, propounded by Rahul Gandhi, which is a wealth redistribution, reservation for Muslims in the name of quotas for SC, ST, lifting the cap on reservations, empowering a certain section by taking away wealth from a certain section. So, I think that though this might not have been the original plan, the interpretation of the manifesto by Rahul Gandhi has become the talking part of it. Whether it's a knee-jerk reaction by the BJP, I think that fear factor that the BJP has put कि तुम्हारे सारे पैसे निकाल देंगे, corporate tax, ये मंगल सूत्र, एक buffalo, एक घर, दूसरा घर, all that they have done, I think has resonated. That's what it seems to me, but we can't be certain. If it's local issues that are playing up, agreed, local issues are playing up because after 10 years, you can't again have a single messaging. I think it's difficult to come up with a single messaging. Single messaging should be that we have delivered on what we had promised, almost all our promises. But then that's not good enough, right? It's not good enough to say mostly people want that sentimental thing when they go to vote, the undecided voters. The decided voters, which I believe what analysts say is that most people have decided at least a month before elections whom they're going to vote. That swing voter is what everybody is trying to get, which could be about 30 to 40 seats at this stage.
How much is rational, how much is emotional?
No, what I wanted to ask was, there was an emotional issue. 22nd of January, Ram Mandir was supposed to be the emotional issue. Why has that not played out in the way that the BJP was hoping? At least it's not reflecting in the voter turnout numbers.
Isn't it fascinating? I mean, that's what everybody had thought. Look at the thought process of political analysts in February and the thought process of political analysts by end April, early May. It's completely changed. I mean, as far as the Hindu vote is concerned, that consolidation, which a mandir was supposed to happen, did not happen. Similar to when the Babri Masjid was pulled down, a consolidation of the Muslim vote didn't happen. Many of us tend to think that a mandir or a masjid is so hyper important in the mind of Hindus as a political issue. It's not. It's important, yes, as something which is spiritual, religious, all that, yes. But for it to translate into a vote, it is extremely hard, which L.K. Advani also realized decades ago, a couple of decades ago, that yes, Sure.
Just a small point. I think, the Ram factor, we have to look at slightly differently. It's a strategic engagement with the core voter of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Look, let's still be very clear about one thing. The BJP won 2 massive elections because of their preponderance in the north. That's where Ram Mandir are still big issues. They're galvanizing issues. And the way the Ram Mandir issue was constructed was also to ensure that the other castes, the other Hindu castes that were not traditionally part of the BJP's sort of core vote, the upper caste vote, still stick around. And the way it was presented was, let me...
Turnout numbers.
No,
Look at
hang on.
Mathura.
I'll tell you
one
why.
of the holiest temple towns.
I
right?
got you.
Under 50%.
You missed
turnout.
the point I was making. Zach, what I was trying to say is the BJP only needs to ensure, if it wants to come back, forget the 400 mark, that its core vote base turns up again for it.
No.
So
here's what
it doesn't need the floating vote.
Yeah.
It doesn't need.
Here's the thing. Either you're worried about the voter turnout, saying the numbers are low. We need to dial up and look at the statements that everyone is making, from the PM to the HM, all of them saying the heat is itni garmi ke bawajood log aa rahe hain, because they understand that there is maybe the heat is a factor, maybe complacency is a factor, maybe there is no one big emotional issue, as we said. But look, either that is true or the BJP is not worried because unka voter to aa hi raha hai.
No, you mark my words. On this particular issue, if you just separate 3 issues and you look at this election as an election of 3 issues, then things might become slightly clear. This is what I feel. The Ram issue was just to ensure that the core vote would not float away from the BJP, despite the fact that there is a degree of pessimism with the manner in which the last 10 years have unfolded. The Prime Minister has taken his record. Look, willy-nilly, there is stress. In rural areas, there is financial stress, economic stress. But when you add that Ram factor, at least the voter says, okay, we expect the Prime Minister. Fine, we could have got a lot more, but if there is anyone who can deliver, it is the Prime Minister. So there's a trust factor. Unfortunately, what has happened is, and I think Nistura made this point brilliantly, or I think Javed Bhai, that it's the voter that is making this election happen and competitive, because there are voters who are saying that, look, we could have got a lot more out of this. Historical reasons, blah, 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 whatever it is, we're not quite there yet. But we know that by voting for the opposition, it may not happen for us. It's a divided house. So that's what it is. And the anti-incumbency voter doesn't think...
delivery, the numbers speak for themselves in terms of beneficiaries. But the emotional aspect, and like you said, there's a hook line to this election. Well, it's not there. Nisula ji, Javed up. Yes, please.
In terms of the low voter turnout, I've actually spoken about it to a great degree. Even when I came here on April 19th, this was actually what we had discussed at great length. Now, the thing with voter turnout is, till you get the results, you really don't know whose voter has actually turned out to vote. So obviously, whenever there is a low turnout, people will do their assessments. They'll go back to the booths. Like Rajnaji told me that our people have come out. We have, in the first phase at least, we know that our people came out to vote, and others haven't turned out to vote. But my point here is, Zaka, just 1 minute. My point here is that if you see BJP dialing up an emotional quotient, it gives a fillip to the opposition saying, okay, something has hit there. From a yawn election, from an election which I said was like watching paint dry, suddenly people will think that they are in with a chance, and there'll be some sort of a mobilization on the other side as well.
There are 2 points here. One is, why is the ruling party talking about voter turnout in 2024? You didn't have similar talk in 2019. You didn't have similar talk in 2014. Of course, 2014, Mr. Modi was the challenger. He was saying, I'm going to change the political order, Achhe Din, and so on. So yes, you would expect a high turnout. 2019, again, you had a high turnout. And I say this firmly, that Balakot was a big factor there.
The short answer is that the BJP, in its meetings before the election, said the aim of this election would be to cross 50%. Because all those taunts that the opposition always threw at the BJP, saying that you may have done conversion 2 seats from vote share, but you all are stuck at 37. You are, actually your base vote is 19%, which is what you got in 2009 with Mr. Advani. Those kind of things. So they want to basically end this talk.
No, I come back to the fundamental point, ladies and gentlemen, that either you're worried about voter turnout, and as Nisula said, and she's been covering the BJP for decades now, they are worried about the voter turnout, Or this whole thing about हमारा वोटर निकल गए. अगर आपका वोटर निकल गया तो परेशानी क्या है?
No, that's the
What are
thing.
you worried about?
No, hang on. That's the point.
There shouldn't be a problem, right? हमारा वोटर तो आ गया.
Look at Ram.
Then why are you worried about
Let him get in a word. He's not been able to. Then come here.
Look, the conventional wisdom is that a large voter turnout means that you're trying to vote out somebody.
And the incumbent, yeah.
Right. And this is not happening. So a lot of people would assume, I don't know from where this has come, that it's only the opposition voter which has come out, the anti-BJP voter and BJP voter. If at all, BJP, given it's the organizational heft, BJP is in a better position to get its voter out than the opposition. And a lot of the advantages that are accruing to the opposition is by accident, not by design. The opposition, when this election began, did not give itself the kind of chance which now suddenly seems to be springing up. And irrespective of which way this election goes, after the election, the Congress must send a thank you note to Prime Minister Modi and the BJP for the way they publicized the Congress manifesto. Congress, in all these years, if they had stood on their head, they wouldn't have been able to achieve 50% of this publicity.
But again, just to take that point forward, very good point that Mr. Ansari has made. But I think the fundamental issue is what is the theme that was picked out of the Congress manifesto? It is again aimed at consolidating the BJP's core. Remember that.
Yes.
That
Getting
X
the base
community is taking your OBC vote, OBC quota, etc. So Ram, and then this, and therefore there is this sort of injection of a binary.
Okay, let's park this and we'll take this forward after a break. Smita Prakash is also there. There are two aspects of this 50% number. One is that 50% of BJP should have 50% vote share out of the total voter turnout. The other aspect is that a majority of Bharat's voters out of 97 crores have to go out and cast their ballot for Bharat to tell the world that it's a vibrant elected democracy with the will of the people. So that's another narrative. That's why this 65 to 70%, nearly 2/3 of the voters have to come out and vote, so that this entire thing of this being an elected autocracy, and it's not the mind, and it's not a democratically elected government, it's not a vibrant democracy, this narrative is also quelled. We'll talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
The issue is BJP is a party which we'll have to fight against, which we have been doing.
So what is that fight against the BJP? Are these elections particularly more polarized, as you've been contending that they're trying to do that? If so, in what way?
BJP's DNA is to polarize everything. So they have not changed their colors. But the Prime Minister has been exposed very badly in these elections. There were many people who were not BJP members who were still supporting the BJP in 14 and 19. And let me use that American term, floater voters or whatever it is. They are now shocked with the language Prime Minister has used. And many of them have spoken to me and told me in person that this time around they will not vote for Modi. These are their words, not one or two, but in huge numbers. And they said that we never expected that the Prime Minister would call 14 crore Muslims as Ghuspeti, as jihadi. And then this candidate of BJP does that
Arrow gesture.
horrible thing, because the whole world knows that Telangana's peace and prosperity is very important for a landlocked area, and Hyderabad has to grow. If bigger MNCs are coming and investing in Hyderabad, is because of many things. The most important thing is peace, and then that is done. So that clearly has exposed the BJP, exposed their mindset, and the people of Hyderabad and Telangana will reply on May 13th.
Sir, I will talk to you about what you feel you have done for the constituency, because the charge against you is that you also rely on the heavy Muslim vote here, but you haven't really done much development. But before I come to that, on the Prime Minister, you recently compared the situation of Muslims in India to Jews in Hitler's Germany. Is that not an exaggeration, given that we've got the highest Muslim population in the subcontinent or around the world, and they're prospering?
I said this in the last parliament session when I was given opportunity to speak on the president debate. So I had said this, and I can corroborate why I said that. Hate speeches, yes, it did happen before 2014, but the amount of hate speeches against Muslims have increased not 100 times more. It was the Supreme Court who had to intervene and get cases booked when the Dharam Sansas were held. Mob lynching has increased. Hijab has been made a national security issue. Azan has been made a national security issue. What I eat is being made a very controversial thing.
Back on here on the Battle for Bharat with a controversial statement that's been made by the Samajwadi Party MP Ram Gopal Yadav. Before that, quickly reminding you, go ahead and vote, ladies and gentlemen. 8 hours about left for you to go and cast your ballot across the 93 seats. But here's what Ram Gopal Yadav has said. He's gone on to say that Ram Mandir is useless. He says, and I quote, temples are not constructed this way. The Ram Mandir structure is not right and the Vastu is also not right. PM should not be also speaking about a Mangal Sutra.
राम मंदिर के दर्शन एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला, राम का अपमान है जो हम रोज राम के दर्शन करते हैं, पर मंदिर नहीं गए आप लोग। वो मंदिर तो बेकार का है, बेकार का है। और क्या मंदिर ऐसे बनाए जाते हैं? मंदिर ऐसे नहीं बनते। पुराने मंदिर देख लीजिए कैसे बनते, दक्षिण से लेकर उत्तर तक। ये मंदिर तो आपने करोड़ों राम भक्त की इच्छाओं के बाद बनाया वो राम मंदिर। राम भक्त इन्होंने नहीं दिया था, नक्शा ठीक नहीं बना, उसका वास्तु के लिहाज से ठीक नहीं बनाया गया मंदिर को।
बेकार है राम मंदिर, दक्षिण से लेकर उत्तर तक देख लीजिए क्या ऐसे बनते हैं मंदिर, उसका वास्तु ठीक नहीं है। सिद्धांत is joining us live. Ram Gopal Yadav coming out and saying, and then he's also made another comment about Prime Minister should not speak about Mangal Sutra.
Well, that's right, Anand. We did manage to speak to him this morning at the time when he came to vote in Saifai. And when I asked him about that Prime Minister's interpretation of Congress's manifesto is that there's going to be the wealth distribution and the Congress will take away Mangal Sutra of women, to which he said, he mocks and perhaps takes a personal jibe at Prime Minister Modi कि प्रधानमंत्री को तो मंगल सूत्र के बारे में बात नहीं करनी चाहिए. And then post that I asked him about Ram Mandir, that Prime Minister is saying that those who were invited for the Pran Pratishtha ceremony, they didn't turn up, and that is like Ram ka apman. To which he said, ये कोई हम राम की रोज पूजा करते हैं, पर ये कोई मंदिर है, ये बेकार मंदिर है, वास्तु के हिसाब से नहीं बना है, कहीं भी आप जाइए ऐसा मंदिर नहीं बनता है. So this is what Ram Gopal Yadav, a temple that mirrors the shaili and style of the Somnath, the deity who resembles or looks exactly like the deity and the expressions of the Tirumala Tirupati Devasthanam or Lord Venkatesha there mirrors the look of many of the deities in the south, crafted by a family, and Arun Yogiraj, who hails from a family of Murtikars. Today, Ram Gopal Yadav sits there and says, Bekar ka mandir hai, Vastu kharab hai, and this is not the right mandir Siddhant. Has there been a reaction that's come forth from the Vishwa Hindu Parishad or the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Teerth Kshetra? Vinod Bansal ji with us on the phone line. Vinod Bansal ji, namaste. Ram Gopal Yadav ji का कहना है ये मंदिर बेकार का मंदिर है, दक्षिण से लेकर उत्तर तक देख लीजिए, सभी मंदिर देख लीजिए, वास्तु के हिसाब से नहीं बना है मंदिर, इसका तो नक्शा ही खराब है. This is what Ram Gopal Yadav has said. Vinod ji.
देखिए, रामगोपाल यादव की बात नहीं है, उसके कॉन्वे के कितने भी नेताओं को ले लीजिए, चाहे राहुल गांधी को ले लीजिए, वो तो राम मंदिर के बारे में ये तक कह गए कि भाई राम मंदिर के लिए भले डिसीजन आ गया, हम तो उसको वापस रिवर्ट कर देंगे, उसको संसद से कानून बना देंगे. आप देखिए कि ये जो सब रामद्रोहियों की जमात है, उसी को इंडी गठबंधन कहते हैं. ये वही जमात है जो सनातन को नेस्तनाबूद करती है, ये वही जमात है जो कि हिंदुत्व के ऊपर पीछे पड़ी हुई है चून बांध करके। ये वही जमात है जिनको चिढ़ है कि राम मंदिर आखिरकार बन कैसे गया। ये वही जमात है जो कि लगातार हिंदुओं का दोहन, शोषण और उसको दोयम दर्जे का नागरिक बनाने की कोशिश करती है। ये वही जमात है जो कि लगातार हिंदू इस्लामिक जिहादियों को प्रोत्साहन देती है।
पर विनोद जी, ये बात कही उन्होंने जिनके नाम में ही राम भी हैं, गोपाल भी हैं और वो यदुवंशी भी हैं। उनका कहना है कि वास्तु के हिसाब से नहीं बना है ये मंदिर, उनका कि नक्शा ही खराब है इस मंदिर का।
ऐसा लगता है जैसे ये बहुत बड़े प्रसिद्ध वास्तुकार हों, इनके ये इतने बड़े विद्वान हों, इनके माँ बाप को जब पता लगेगा भाई देव की जिंदा हो तो बड़ा दुख होगा कि इनका नाम मैंने राम और गोपाल और यादव तीन रखा है। तीनों के तीनों में कहीं दूर दूर तक नहीं शामिल होते। आप देखिए कि ये जो जमात है ना जी, बात नाम की नहीं है, बात रिलीजन की नहीं है। ये चाहे नाम से हिंदू हो, काम से तो हिंदुओं को दुश्मन है। ये लगातार ये इस तरह की बातें करके और ये जो है वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि आखिरकार ये हिंदुओं को गाली देने से, राम मंदिर पर प्रश्न चिन्ह लगाने से शायद हम।
पर विनोद जी, क्या इनके आरोप में क्या कोई भी सत्यता है कि वास्तु के हिसाब से ठीक नहीं बना है, मंदिर का नक्शा खराब है?
ये इनकी मानसिकता को दर्शाता है। देखिए नक्शा कैसा है और वास्तु कैसी है, क्या है, ये क्या आपको लगता है कि राम जन्मभूमि न्यास को नहीं पता या राम जन्मभूमि से जुड़े हुए इतने बड़े विद्वान संत महापुरुष और जो सिद्ध पुरुषों को नहीं पता? ये इतने बड़े विद्वान हो गए क्या? अरे अपने घर की वास्तु को देख लो भाई, अपने पार्टी के वास्तु को देखो ना, अपने इंडी गठबंधन की वास्तु को देखो, वो रसातल में जा रहा है। उसको नहीं देखेंगे, ये राम मंदिर के वास्तु को देखेंगे। अभी तक देखिए ये वो कुनवा है जो कि बात तो यदुवंशी की करता है, बात तो कृष्ण की करता है और कृष्ण के मंदिर में ही रोड़ा अटकाता है। और राम जी के मंदिर में आज तक जाने में इनको परहेज होता है। और राम मंदिर
यही प्रश्न उनसे पूछा गया था विनोद जी, मेरा अंतिम प्रश्न यही प्रश्न उनसे पूछा। उन्होंने कहा कि हम तो राम का नाम रोज लेते हैं लेकिन उस मंदिर में नहीं जाएंगे क्योंकि उसका वास्तु खराब है, क्योंकि उसका नक्शा खराब है, वो सही तरीके से नहीं बनाया गया।
ऐसा है, देखिए कुछ समय की बात और है, ये सारे के सारे रामद्रोही जो है ना, रामत्व की तरफ लौटेंगे, राम मंदिर की तरफ रुख करेंगे, वही नाक रगड़ेंगे, मुझे पता है इस बात का। लेकिन आप देखते जाइए आनंद जी, आपको मैं बता रहा हूँ, आपको ये लिख के रख लेना, कुछ दिनों के बाद ये सारे के सारे मत्था टेकते हुए नजर आएंगे
जी।
ये सब रामद्रोहियों की जमात है जो इलेक्शन के दौरान खड़ी होती है।
राइट।
और जैसे इलेक्शन आगे बढ़ते हैं वैसे वैसे मुस्लिम अपीजमेंट की पॉलिसी के कारण ये अपनों को और अपनी मान्यताओं को और अपनी संस्कृति और अपने धर्म को भी कल्याणी में कोई गुरेज नहीं करते।
विनोद बंसल जी, हमसे बात करने के लिए धन्यवाद। Let's just quickly play out what Ram Gopal Yadav said in a quick comment with Siddhant, who asked him that question.
राम मंदिर के दर्शन एक बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा प्रधानमंत्री ने बोला, राम का अपमान है जो हम रोज राम के दर्शन करते हैं, पर मंदिर नहीं गए आप लोग। वो मंदिर तो बेकार का है, बेकार का है। और क्या मंदिर ऐसे बनाए जाते हैं? मंदिर ऐसे नहीं बनते। पुराने मंदिर देख लीजिए कैसे बनते, दक्षिण से लेकर उत्तर तक। ये मंदिर तो आपने करोड़ों राम भक्त की इच्छाओं के बाद बनाया वो राम मंदिर। राम भक्त इन्होंने नहीं दिया था, नक्शा ठीक नहीं बना, उसका वास्तु के लिहाज से ठीक नहीं बनाया गया मंदिर को।
Siddhant, when you asked him this question, did he even provide any proof or argument to back these kind of claims that he has made? How long was this conversation that you had with him, and what else did he say?
Well, Anand, this was a very brief conversation that I had with him at the time of his voting. He completed his vote, and when he came out, I asked this question to him. And in fact, I asked him about the Mangal Sutra interpretation of Prime Minister, the wealth distribution issue that Prime Minister is raising, and then I asked him about that why the Samajwadi clan, the Samajwadi party leaders, are not going to seek darshan of Ramlala. Now, Anand, on ground, this is a sentiment. In fact, the day before yesterday, I was reporting from Ayodhya, and there, I met people not only from Ayodhya but different from various other states as well, and they are saying, "Jab tak darshan nahi, tab tak vote nahi." So this is a sentiment on ground that why the leaders from the opposition parties are not coming to seek darshan of Ramlala. Who is stopping them? Which power is stopping them? Why they are not coming? So this is an issue with people, and in fact, people are relating to this issue. In fact, Prime Minister Modi did mention it on at several occasions during his public meetings that जब न्योता भेजा गया उसके बाद भी इन्होंने शिरकत नहीं किया, ये कहीं ना कहीं राम का अपमान है. So this is how the BJP is also trying to send out a message, and people are connecting to this to this message.
Thanks for that, Siddhant. Quick comment. Quick comment from inside the studio. Nisfula, so when the Prime Minister or Rahul Shankar, when the Prime Minister says something about Musalman, it's Hindu-Muslim, opposition leaders go out and continue to berate Ram and say this about Ram Mandir. That's not polarizing. That's not Hindu-Muslim.
Yes, well, it actually only polarizing actually helps the Samajwadi Party a lot. It's traditionally helped them. So it's always been, the complaint of the other parties in between who say that between the BJP and the Samajwadi Party, they polarize the election. And the election then veers away from
so that
local
means the
issues,
Samajwadi Party
etc.
believes that abusing Ram will get them votes. So they are saying that there are Muslims in their
polarizing the election. He doesn't say he's not abusing Ram. He's saying I pray to Ram, but he basically is identifying the Ram temple as a BJP project. Okay, and the very fact that he's saying कि उसका वास्तु ठीक नहीं है, ये ठीक नहीं, he's trying to, but not that kind of a Ram Bhakt. So there is a finessing there that is happening. When it comes to this vastu thing, I'm not a vastu expert or anything, but the idea behind the Ram temple construction was that it should be an amalgamation of what, the spread of the geographical spread of people who worship Ram. You have the Nagara temple style.
Which involves so many gurus and so many, they would have not looked at this basic aspect of.
So it has a Nagara
so I'm just saying,
style
why
of
make,
North India,
why
and
make,
the deity is
so
from the
derogatory statements with about Hindus is all right, derogatory statements about any other community, Muslims, is polarizing and it's communal. No. Now, Smita Prakash, you wanted to say something, then I'll bring it back here. So there's justification of electoral polarization when Ram Gopal Yadav
I just want to say this, that, look, Ram Gopal Yadav and Shivpal Yadav, they are desperate to make an impact like their brother, the late Mulayam Singh Yadav. Just remember, at one point of time, Mulayam Yadav used to be known as Maulana Mulayam. But then Mulayam Singh Yadav was a Lohiawadi. He was born out of the JP movement. Not these two, not Ram Gopal Yadav and Shivpal Yadav, who've just, their political legacy or what they have done, their politics, is just right on the coattails of Mulayam Singh Yadav. No such record. And their sons, Akshay and Aditya, are fighting from Firozabad and Badaयूं. So for this statement, whether it doesn't reflect, frankly, on what he thinks of the Mandir. This is just an electoral line, just on polling day he's making. He is the first one to go. They are right. He's the first one who will go there later. But today, because his son and nephew are fighting from Firozabad and Badaयूं, this is just an attempt to polarize last minute कि कुछ भी चल जाए. कोई भी सिक्का चल जाए, खोटा सिक्का ही सही.
But the fact of the matter is, we got to take a break when we take this. Isn't this an outright insult of any voter, be it Hindu, Muslim, or any community, that abusing Ram Mandir will actually get them votes? There will be people who will be happy to go and vote for Ram Gopal Yadav's family and progeny in Samajwadi Party because he's sitting there and saying this about the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. Well, think about that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come back after a break.
Have been passed on religious conversion. Laws have been passed against interreligious marriages. And then these are the things which started in 1930s of the then Germany. Then the Kristallnacht movement happened. Movies are being made. The same thing happened during in 30s in Germany. What kind of movies are being made? All with all nonsense and all complete lies. Okay, you say this is it's not a fact. So we are leading towards it. And when the Prime Minister stands up, he does not speak for the 133 crore people. He speaks about his ideology. How can the Prime Minister call us this Guspeti? How can the Prime Minister demean the Muslim women saying they give birth to more children? Then what about, why are you opening all these centers of fertility treatment? Close them down. Can the Prime Minister understand what a woman, there are so many fertility centers throughout India, in Hyderabad also. You close them down. Why are you demeaning? You criticize any other political party you want. It's part of your electioning. But to demean 14% population, what is the message is sending?
So can I ask you a counter question? When we talk about polarization, it's never one-sided. You also go to a beef shop and say "Kaatte raho." In a country like India, when you do that, isn't that seen as polarization?
No. Am I breaking a law? No, I'm not breaking a law. I wanted to expose BJP, which have been successful. You have taken 10 crores electoral bond from a company called Alayana, which happens to have a factory in Telangana. You have no objection in taking 10 crores, but your objection to a Muslim Qureshi, whose profession has been that, who sits for 17 hours in a day and makes 500 rupees, a Kathik who opens a shop, you are against them. You want to close those shops. Day in, day out, you think about them. So you are more interested in electoral bonds from a company, but you're not interested in the economic little bit progress, prosperity of a poor man who runs a shop with 2 or 3 people.
But what about the fact that your critics say that you also do identity politics primarily, and your politics is only Muslim-centric?
No, how? Is it wrong to talk about a community which is lacking behind on all the parameters of human development indicators? It is. Please tell these people to read the Kundu Committee report, which was given to this government in 2014 October. Please read the NSSO data. What does that say? Please read the National Family Health Survey.
So are you saying that the Muslim reservation issue that has been kicked off by the BJP this time around, are you saying that Muslim reservations are fair and needed? Because the BJP has made it a poll plank to say that that reservation shouldn't come for all Muslims, only for backward Muslims, and it shouldn't come out of others' quota.
Well, you see, number one point is that it is completely lie that someone else's share has been taken and given to the caste among the Muslims. In Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh, this reservation started in the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. Mr. P.S. Krishnan
सर अभी इस चुनाव के मुद्दे क्या रहे?
विकास और जन कल्याण, विकसित भारत के लिए विकसित की दिशा।
सर ये जो अब की बार 400 पार होगा, पूरा
होगा, निश्चित तौर पर होगा। मोदी जी के प्रति असीम श्रद्धा और अखंड विश्वास जनता के मन में है।
सर अभी जो हुआ, जैसे राहुल गांधी हैं, वो एक साथ अब अमेठी की जगह रायबरेली चले गए।
अब उनके बारे में मुझे क्या कहना है, वो तो रणछोड़ दास हो गए।
who's nowhere in this world, who was very much instrumental in the Mandal Commission report. He had created a list of caste of Muslims which will get reservation and a list of castes which will not get reservation. Now, where is this case of getting a base of religion? In Maharashtra, the reservation was given. People challenged it. It went to Bombay High Court. The Bombay High Court upheld it. They said, yes, reservation can be given to Muslims. They are socially, educationally backward in education.
In some states, it's being given to all Muslims with no concept of creamy layer. Like, for example, the Prime Minister has raised the issue of Karnataka, and he has also raised the issue of Andhra.
See, the interesting part about Karnataka is when Yedurappa was a CM twice, he allowed it. He continued with it. Just before assembly elections, you do that. You see, when you are in power, you allowed it. And before assembly elections, you remove it. So I hope the Congress government should have rectified it and taken steps, because the academic year is going to start now in next 2 months.
I am with Asaduddin Owaisi, the sitting MP in Hyderabad, on his quintessential door-to-door campaign that he is very famous for. Are these elections a little bit different because the BJP is giving you a very spirited fight?
See, we have defeated BJP from 84, 89, 91, 96, 99, 2004, 2009, 2014, 2019, and again 2024 years. So it's BJP has been there, will be there, and they'll always lose also, inshallah.
No, but this was considered to be a seat where nobody really challenged you in the manner that the BJP putting up a candidate like Madhvi Lata is doing this time. Is it a little bit different?
No, not at all, not at all. You see, the problem is that the earlier candidate didn't happen to be from an upper caste. So the media was not very hoo-ha about it. But now everyone talks about it. Anyway, so BJP is there. BJP, we have been defeating BJP.
But do you think it's because of her upper caste credentials or because this is a woman who's very articulate, very ferocious? She's leading the campaign from the front.
Are you saying that Venkaiah Naidu was not articulate when he contested against our then party leader in 1996 and lost? Are you saying that Mr. Bhagwant was not an articulate candidate from BJP who contested in 2014 and in 19 or the then deputy mayor of BJP? So party is there. You see, the issue is BJP is a party which we'll have to fight against, which we have been doing.
So what is that fight against the BJP? Are these elections particularly more polarized as you've been contending that they're trying to do that? If so, in what way?
BJP's DNA is to polarize everything. So they have not changed their colors. But the Prime Minister has been exposed very badly in these elections. There were many people who were not BJP members who were still supporting the BJP.
भारत माता की
क्रांतिकारी कदम है।
कांग्रेस वालों को लगता है कि मौसम बिगड़ा है।
मजबूत भारत के लिए मजबूत सरकार, मोदी सरकार।
मैं गुजरात में चूंटણીઓ લડાવી પણ કરી અને ચૂંટણીઓ લડી પણ કરી। अब की बार एनडीए सरकार 400 पार।
Back on, ladies and gentlemen, with this appeal, go vote. You see the countdown, just about 8 hours to go before the polling booths close for phase 3. There are more than 17 crore voters who've got their names across these 93 seats. It's critical that we go out and vote and tell the world that we are a vibrant democracy and our MPs, our representatives are being selected or elected by our choice. And for that, we need to have at least 2/3 of a voter turnout. The first two phases have returned about an average of 66%, with some constituencies disappointing. Yes, it's very hot, but please let that not stop us from going out and casting our vote. Go vote is what our humble appeal here at CNN News 18 is. This is across the country, leaders from all walks of life who are also in the fray, who have their voting today. They've all stepped out to vote, led by the Prime Minister himself. There are 5 former chief ministers in the fray. They are also there. 10 union ministers in the fray. They've also stepped out to vote. Celebrities who have gone back to their own home constituencies like Latur have gone ahead and voted. Ritesh Deshmukh has gone ahead and voted, if I remember correctly. My memory serves me right. There you go. The governor of this one, Uttar Pradesh, Anandiben Patel, going out to vote there. Bhupendra Patel, Chief Minister of Gujarat, going out to vote. Mansukh Mandavia, the Health Minister, going to vote there. Amit Shah casting his ballot. PM Narendra Modi, and not just the BJP, across political spectrum. In Baramati, the Supriya Sule has gone out to vote. Sharad Pawar has gone out to vote. Rohit Pawar has gone out to vote. Pratap Pawar has gone to vote. Everybody is going out to cast their vote, and they all want their supporters, the voters overall, to come out and vote, ladies and gentlemen. Zaka Jacob with us here on the magic wall. Rahul Shivshankar, consulting editor, there sitting on the chair, making his notes as usual. Sometimes I feel like I just need to whack that pad out of it and see what kind of notes he's making. But
Maharashtra is critical. Is this the story? Let's focus on these 2-3 states that we've not spoken much about. One is Maharashtra. The other one will be Bengal, and how much of an impact it will have on national politics. Let's start with Maharashtra.
Maharashtra is fascinating. I hadn't seen this. The voter turnout, or the vote share difference between the NDA and the India Alliance is only 1%. Just 1% separates the India Alliance and the NDA. Mind you, we have accounted for Sena UBT share in India Alliance, Sharad Pawar faction of NCP share in India Alliance, and of course Shinde faction, Sena share in the NDA, and the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP share in the NDA. So the difference really is just 1%. And if you look at the map as well, out of the 11 constituencies that are going to polls, 3 were held by the Ajit Pawar NCP, 2 by the Sharad Pawar NCP, 2 held by the Shiv Sena UBT, and the rest by the BJP. So this is really a mixed phase. And the reason why this is a mixed phase is, let me just point out the NDA seats. You look at all of these seats, whether you start from Raigad, where Sunil Tatkare, who used to be with the Sharad Pawar NCP, he's now in the Ajit Dada faction. Then you have the 2 seats which the UBT, Sena UBT, Sanjay Mandlik of the Sena, the old Sena, he had won in that seat. Now he's taking on Shahu Pratap of the Congress party. Again, in the neighboring constituency of Hatkanagle, again, it was won by the Sena UBT. Right now, it's a Sena UBT versus BJP fight. So you have at least 3 constituencies out of the 7, which the NDA had won. Out of these 7, at least 3 constituencies which are being held by allies, or allies are fighting against a member of the India Alliance. And again, you look at the vote share difference. The Shiv Sena had 17% vote share. The BJP had 21. It's just a 3% gap between the Shiv Sena and the BJP in these 7 seats. And again, if you look at the India Alliance and their breakup, it is the NCP Sharad Pawar which had 9% of the vote overall in these 11 seats, and that's courtesy by and large Baramati, which is the VVIP constituency, where it is Supriya Sule versus Sunitra Pawar, and also there is the neighboring constituency of Satara, where again Udayraj Bhosle is up against Shashikant Shinde. So it is a prestige battle, because Udayraj Bhosle of the BJP for the longest time has laid claim to that seat. Now it is the NCP Sharad Pawar which is trying to wrest back that seat. So clearly, if you look at again the NDA composition, as it were, 8% with the Sena UBT, 9% with the NCP Sharad Pawar, and 6% with the Congress party. So again, it's really a neck and neck fight as far as these 11 seats are concerned. And Western Maharashtra, Rahul will bear me out on this. Western Maharashtra is the sugar cooperatives. It's where Sharad Pawar sort of built his base. And really, for me, this election, at least in this phase in Maharashtra, is about the legacy of Sharad Pawar and who gets to keep the legacy of Sharad Pawar. Is it going to be his daughter, or is it going to be his nephew?
Baramati voter turnout, 62% nearly last time. This time till 9 a.m., it's only about 6%, not even 6%, 5.77%. So is the voter there going to say, don't make me choose? What happens then?
It's a fascinating question, Anand. But there are a couple of things in those statistics that we miss. I think the closeness that we are now projecting, 43 and 42, is because a large number of those seats from the erstwhile United Shiv Sena we have put now obviously in the India Alliance bloc. Now, what were the people when the BJP and the Shiv Sena then voting for? They were voting for Modi. Let's not forget that. So this statistical exercise tells you perhaps that when you disaggregate, it becomes closer. But when you go back to the numbers, and you were saying, what is Rahul Shivshankar keep noting? Well, I was looking at 2 or 3 statistics. So the BJP last time in 2019 got about 28% of the vote. The Shiv Sena got 23. And look at almost half or less than half was the NCP and the Congress at 15 and 16, roughly half of that number. Now, the one conversation we are not having really is the one about chemistry and defectors. So this is really, if there was an Ayaram, Gayaram election, this is it.
Yeah.
Right? The point is that the BJP has been very selective about who it's taken in. Yes, on the face of it, it looks like it's opened its doors to just about everyone. But Ashok Chavan has come in because the BJP realized that they lacked, at least the BJP side of the fence lacked a Maratha face. Look at how Shinde has played his card. he's back the Maratha quota. So Shinde has become willy-nilly the long-time player. Everyone was thinking that perhaps in the next 6 months, he'd merge his party with the Bharatiya Janata Party. That hasn't quite happened. He has remained a pole that is galvanizing those Maratha voters around himself. Uddhav Thackeray is hoping that, look at that base level, the chemistry between the Congress and the Shiv Sena, the NCP and the Shiv Sena that were at one time in real competition, especially in, urban constituencies, that will hold steady, that old animosity won't come in, and we will have a recalibration of the cadre. Will it happen or will it not? If you start looking at it from the India point of view, they have a lot more to worry about than the BJP rump element of the Shinde group. And think about this. If that chemistry doesn't translate into purposeful action at the polling booth, it's the India alliance that actually will suffer most.
See, for the Shiv Sena, Balasaheb Thackeray, it was Hindutva. Who moved away from the Hindutva plank? Eknath Shinde or Uddhav Thackeray? Who diffused the Yuti and who broke away the Yuti? Uddhav Thackeray or the BJP? Now, these are all sentimental questions on ground. How will they translate? But is Baramati the bellwether seat, as we are discussing? Let's go across to Vinaya Deshpande. Vinaya, you're in Baramati. Low voter turnout so far. It's just 6%. It's a hot day across the country. Even in Baramati, it must be very hot. What's happening on ground? What's the sentiment?
Well, absolutely. Yes, let me show you around. I am here at Remand home where Supriya Sule, along with her family members, has just voted. In fact, we can see that the police bandobast is right here and the supporters of Supriya Sule are present in large numbers. Let me also show you Supriya Sule is still around trying to address the media and talk to them about what she feels about the elections today and how appealing to people how they should come out and vote. But at the same time, let me tell you that, as we spoke to people around in Baramati, the clear sentiment was that this is the first time that, irrespective of whether the Indie bloc or whether the NDA tries to portray it as a battle between Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi, here on ground Baramati, it is a battle between Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar. Though the family hates to portray it like that, we spoke with Pratap Pawar as well some time ago, who's the younger brother of Sharad Pawar. He said this isn't about family, it is about politics, and that in politics anything can happen. Just like they have grown separate, they can come together as well. But at the same time, it's interesting that the voters keep on saying that, with respect to emotional appeal, that is something that Sharad Pawar, Supriya Sule seem to have played on. That is something that Ajit Pawar has kept on pointing for the last few months, saying that the emotional appeal card will be played and you need to vote for those who work. But let me tell you, this is the first time where this will be tested on whether Ajit Pawar can stand against Sharad Pawar. Ajit Pawar, who has been working. If you look at the statistical point of view, Baramati Lok Sabha constituency has 6 Vidhan Sabha constituencies. Of them, 4 are with the BJP. But ostensibly, on all these 4 constituencies, last time on, they had voted against Ajit Pawar. So, though the leaders have shifted and they have now campaigned for Ajit Pawar, will the voters also vote for Ajit Pawar? The voters who have traditionally voted against Ajit Pawar. That is also something that remains to be seen. So here on ground Baramati, it's a neck-to-neck battle between Sunetra Pawar, who's come into the ring for the first time, and Supriya Sule, who has been a 2-time MP from this constituency, who's battling it out for the 3rd time. Though, everyone here says it's a split in the family hates to accept it. Back to you.
Right. So there has been, clearly it's been split right down the middle because there's Sahib versus Dada. That's what's being said. Many of the leaders in Maharashtra are coming out to vote. Rahul Shivshankar, Sahib versus Dada. A lot of equations have changed. And Zakat, this is another thing. You cannot arithmetically look at it because those who have historically for the last 3 decades fought against each other now have to fight shoulder to shoulder. Be it Congress, UBT combined, or be it Ajit Pawar, Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde combined. All of this. But in this, between the 2 Yutis or the Aghadis, the 2 combines, who's got a better chemistry going?
That's right. That's why I use that word, chemistry. Chemistry matters, but more than chemistry also apparently, and this is another analysis that some people put forth, that like in Goa, where sometimes the local satra matters a lot more than the party Here, I think it's going to be once again a test of the local satrap more than the party, because the party has become this nebulous, amorphous thing behind, this sort of backdrop to the candidate itself. So local equations, candidates' equations with the voter are obviously critical also in this particular election, specifically in Maharashtra. But willy-nilly, Maharashtra's 48th seat, the highest number of parliamentarians it sends to parliament after Uttar Pradesh.
Uttar Pradesh, second biggest state.
Exactly, the second biggest, 48 MPs. This really is the difference between resounding win for the BJP and
these 48 seats will decide 300 or 350.
Exactly. That is true. 41 seats they got last time. So the margin of victory will be decided here in Maharashtra. But I think more than that, it's also going to be a test, really, this specific Baramati. And don't forget, Satra also, very important seat. It's a stronghold, again, of Sharad Pawar. And it's a seat where even the Ajit Pawar faction had to take a step back and allow the BJP to put its own candidate. Let's not forget that there were also internal problems in selecting a candidate. So all these little new amalgamations have this problem with chemistry.
Right.
That's fundamentally what it's going to come down.
We've got three panelists, all three of them from the south of the Vindhyas, who will talk about what's happening in the Deccan Plateau and the Deccan region. So Smita Prakash, Shekhar Iyer and Sumant Raman, good morning. Thank you for staying on, Smita. How would you see Maharashtra pan out? Perhaps the most volatile of elections ever. It's never been the same. There's always been this, local regional chatraps versus national parties. But there were 3 or 4 parties then. Now it is 8, 9 parties who are part of these combines.
Correct. Majorly 6-cornered contest, but yes, there are other factors also. It's extremely difficult to predict, like you and Zaka have been saying, because it's because of the 6-cornered, but it's also a do or die for many of them. Like for NCP, SCP, it's an identity crisis. It's also a do or die for Sena UBT, the identity crisis there too. And if there's a clear verdict in favor of the NDA alliance, then it means a decimation of these two parties, because you'll see a massive flux as far as the lower rungs are concerned, which has already happened, but then it will happen more. I mean, Sharad Pawar's legacy issues will also be laid to rest after this election, with a nephew Ajit or daughter Supriya, who's the inheritor. And the Sena legacy will be also settled probably once and for all. Low voter turnout in Baramati, which you are talking about, it could also be, I think, a kind of disgust among voters who have this Hobson's choice before them. Will the Modi factor help? I don't know. But some old timers, I spoke to, I have relatives in Maharashtra. They don't like the idea of encouraging splintering of joint families, because they live in joint families. They don't like the idea that though they find Ajit Pawar as the real inheritor, but they don't like the idea that to support Ajit Pawar, because they say, "Fir hum apne families mein kaise bolenge ki rebel is the inheritor?" So they don't like this idea. It's a wrong parallel, because politics should be separated from family issues. They should be two separate silos. But then in India, everything becomes spiritual, familial, politics. Everything gets mixed up into one cauldron.
The two people who are actually playing that emotional card are Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. Thackeray is going and saying, it's about Bala Sahib's legacy. You have to vote for us because, I'm the inheritor of his legacy. And Sharad Pawar is saying the same thing, that my daughter is the inheritor of my legacy, not my nephew. The other two protagonists on the other side, Mr. Eknath Shinde and Mr. Ajit Pawar, are not using the emotional card as much, or maybe it's not having as much resonance when they play it. But certainly the two people who are playing the emotional card are Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. And again, I go back to one of the points, I think Nistula made this in the last hour. As far as Maharashtra is concerned and all these changing alliances, look, it was not even 4 versus 6, right? Even though there were 4 parties. In all elections in the past, the choice was very clear before the voter. You had the Bhagwa alliance, you had the Shiv Sena and the BJP, which is a 25-year-old alliance, and you had the Congressy alliance. Of course, there was Congress and there was Rashtrabadi Congress. So it was a very clear choice A or choice B. Right now, it's 6-cornered, as Smita said, and within that 6 itself, 2 of those parties were not even there in the last election. They are new to this entire exercise. They have the advantage that they have the official symbol. NCP Ajit Pawar is the clock, and of course Mr. Shinde Sena has the bow and arrow. Whereas the other people who are fighting for the legacy don't have the symbol. And even today, in many parts of rural Maharashtra, the symbol plays a huge role in who the voter votes for. But I think let's bring in Shekhar Iyer as well as Sumant Raman into
symbol,
it.
how much of it impacts? Because Eknath Shinde has gone ahead and said, Dhanush Ban kiske paas hai?
Exactly.
Bala Sahib ने धनुष बाण चुना और धनुष बाण किसके पास है? हिंदुत्व बाला साहब थे, हिंदुत्व के साथ कौन खड़ा है, राम मंदिर के साथ कौन खड़ा है, कौन नहीं खड़ा है. These are things which are being said on ground. How much of it does it have an impact, Shekhar Iyer?
Well, right now I am here in Pune. And I've been talking to people here, and what I get to understand is it's not just about chemistry. There are strong feelings of loyalty being framed. There are elders, particularly those who are 60 plus, they feel tremendously loyal to Sharad Pawar. And they feel that whatever has happened, Ajit Pawar should not have done. But then there are others who are below 60 or even below 50, who have seen that Ajit Pawar was the more active leader of the field. And he would get up early in the morning, sit and meet people, day after day, election or no election. They are the people who have had lot of interaction with Ajit Pawar. Some of them have got their work done. They are the people who feel that yes, they respect Sharad Pawar, but they see Ajit Pawar as the person who is the person who can get things done, and he was seen as a very effective leader. So today in Baramati, there is a divided loyalties, though the chemistry may remain same. So that is where I see an age, gap. Of course, even Supriya Sule's election management was largely handled by Ajit Pawar. So it was Ajit Pawar who used to handle it because his assembly constituency was part of the Lok Sabha constituency. So here is a very, very difficult situation. We have had family fights before. We have seen in the DMK also. But here it is very unique. Actually, on the field, they are not saying much against each other also. Sharad Pawar hasn't spoken much against Ajit Pawar, or Ajit Pawar hasn't said anything personal, rather. And Supriya Sule also keeps on saying he is my brother. And they all keep assuring the voters also, look, after this we are going to be together again. Now, if this is the kind of mood, what do the voters do? I mean, they are going to be together again.
They're trying to say, as a family, we stay separate together, but our politics, our roots are separate. Ajit Pawar has been very clear. He's been insisting on Sharad Pawar, saying that I will take care of Supriya, but you designate me as your heir. And that is something that Mr. Sharad Pawar had deterred. And that's why it's not the first time that Ajit Pawar has talked about breaking away. Like you said, there's this generation gap, and who's working on ground and who's not. This is a strong sentiment, like it is within the Shiv Sena. Uddhav Thackeray, a lot of people are upset with him because he went against the entire Thackeray vein, Bala Sahib's vein itself. He totally diffused and went the opposite of Hindutva when he said that I will go and sign up with the NCP and the Congress party. But Shekhar, Sumant Raman, a quick word from you. How much of the electoral symbol will work? And who are the ground up politicians? Eknath Shinde, former auto driver, did all the hard work, legwork, and he's got the bulk of the chunk in terms of the seat share within the NDA after the BJP.
Yeah. Anand, I think one of the stories of this election is going to be Maharashtra. And I firmly believe that the MBA is going to win a very sizable number of seats. There are two reasons for this. One is, typically when you have a breakaway faction, irrespective of which political party, there is the issue of vote transfer, which is sort of whether it happens or not. And of course, that issue remains on both sides. But here the key issue are those 19 seats, the 15 seats of the Shinde group and the 4 seats of the Ajit Pawar group. Now, is the vote transfer from the BJP going to happen in those seats? What is their vote share that they command is as much pretty much an unknown factor. So even if you say that Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar together are able to take away 50% to 60% of their respective Sena/NCP votes, then it's going to be an extremely difficult task for the BJP to make a. The BJP may do well, mind you. I'm not arguing against the BJP getting routed in Maharashtra. The BJP may do well, but they're not contesting enough number of seats on their own to have
No,
a
no, but
sweep
Dr.
like
Raman,
was the case
just
last time.
one small point there. These 19 seats or 20 seats that Shinde Sena and Mr. Ajit Pawar's NCP are fighting, there are BJP voters also in those constituencies. There are people who will vote for Modi in those constituencies. So there is a BJP vote transfer that will happen in those constituencies as well. So, you know, which is why I keep going back to that point. The Modi factor may actually pull through in this election because it's voting for the parliament, it's voting for the nation, it's voting for the prime minister. It may not pull through in the assembly election, but this election, the Modi vote, there is about 8 or 9% vote that could paper over, which you rightly said, the weaknesses in the Ajit Pawar faction and in the Shinde faction of the same.
Will a BJP voter be happy to vote for Ajit Pawar? Now that is a question that we as yet don't know. That's the point I'm trying to make. Or even for Mr. Shinde, the typical Sena voter, look, there is always a sympathy factor. And Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has utilized that sympathy factor. Mr. Sharad Pawar has utilized that sympathy factor. At least from whatever ground reports we do hear, we do sense that they are going to make a significant impact.
Here is the thing.
It's not going to be 41 out of 48. The question is how significant will the losses
who gets the larger share of the spoils, and how much of a low attrition is it for the BJP or the NDA compared to the last time around? Because there are a lot of people who are also saying that in the last 1.5 years of this UT working in the ground, Devendra Fadnavis has played the glue, and they have been able to do far more efficient work on ground, the three of them together, compared to the MVA and the erstwhile at that point in time. Smita Prakash, quick comment. We've got to take a break. And we also have Supriya Sule, who's spoken with us here at CNN News 18. We play that out.
I just wanted to...
Rahul, quick comment to you. Yeah. Yes, Smita.
Just a small comment, when we were talking about the symbols, whether it's important or not, many people would think that why would be the symbol be important when you have so much of educated people, everybody has a cell phone, you know who the candidate is. Why is this thing is important? But it still resonates. Just today, the Congress has come out with a meme which says that, oh, look, the Prime Minister voted because when he came out of the poll, he did this. So the Congress turns around and says, oh, look, he's voted for the hand. So, it's not as if the symbol doesn't matter. It matters a lot because like in Punjab, the Hindus, many of them, when they say that we go to the Hindu population, if you were to see it as a one consolidated unit, they would say that when we go out there, we don't see the Kamal. So, those who are the BJP voters, they had to perforce vote for the Badal faction, the SAD, but they wouldn't see their Kamal. So the BJP ones wanted BJP candidate to stand. So the Kamal is important there. When you see today, when there's this talk that Samvidhan badal denge, the SC/ST vote might get diluted, it might go towards the Muslim population. A lot of the Dalit population in UP saying Hathi ko marne nahi denge. So there is a lot that rides on that symbol, the Hathi. So it doesn't matter who the candidate is for Bahujan Samaj Party, and Hathi ko marne nahi denge is what they're saying.
Yeah, so the ghadi pe more or less, so ghadi, Dhanush Baan, this is part of the core lexicon of the Shiv Sena voter and also the NCP voter. And whoever holds that has an advantage, however slight or however major it will be. Quick
point. I know we have to go in for a break. I see this as an inversion of what happened in Uttar Pradesh in 2019. Remember, unlikely partners coming together.
Yes.
And what actually determined that election was chemistry, cadre chemistry. I see this here, unlikely partners on both sides.
Correct.
Now we have to look at cadre chemistry.
See, the 19 MLAs, or 22 of them who broke away in Madhya Pradesh, and that too Jyotiraditya Scindia, when they went back to the re-election and then now the state elections, what's happened? Is there no cadre chemistry or is there cadre chemistry? Absolutely. Now, that's another example which one can state. Supriya Sule spoke with Vinay Deshpande. Listen in.
So I have with me Supriya Sule. Supriya Sule, we are going live with your interview right now. This is the first time that you are battling against your own sister-in-law. What is the sentiment?
The sentiment always is for me very happy, and I'm not fighting anybody in the family. I am fighting against a government which is against farmers, against labor, against women.
Today you come out to vote. What is your appeal to the voters?
My appeal to everybody in India is that election should be fair, just and very peaceful.
Allegations are being made that money is being
It's
distributed
very
in Baramati.
unfortunate that these kind of things are happening. A lot of videos being made. I humbly request anybody who has any information to go to the competent authority, which is an election commission and the police station.
Is it a battle against Rahul Gandhi and Narendra Modi?
It is an India alliance versus a government which is not looked into farmers or agrarian crisis, unemployment, price rise and corruption. We are fighting against corruption.
Not a Pawar versus Pawar fight.
What is the Pawar? This is about the country. This is not about any shares or any property of the Pawars.
Thank you so much. So this was Supriya Surat speaking exclusively to CNN News 18, saying that this was not a Pawar versus Pawar battle, but this was a Indie alliance versus the NDA bloc, and this was being fought on issues. With video journalist Manish Dubey, this is Vinaya Deshpande from Baramati.
Somewhere 19. What let me use that American term, floater voters or whatever it is. They are now shocked with the language Prime Minister has used, and many of them have spoken to me and told me in person that this time around they will not vote for Modi. These are their words, not one or two, but in huge numbers. And they said that we never expected that the Prime Minister would call 14 crore Muslims as Ghuspeti, as jihadi, and then this candidate of BJP does that
arrow gesture.
Horrible thing, because the whole world knows that Telangana's peace and prosperity is very important for a landlocked area, and Hyderabad has to grow. If bigger MNCs are coming and investing in Hyderabad, is because of many things. The most important thing is peace. And then that is done. So that clearly has exposed the BJP, exposed their mindset, and the people of Hyderabad and Telangana will reply on May 13th.
Sir, I will talk to you about what you feel you have done for the constituency, because the charge against you is that you also rely on the heavy Muslim vote here, but you haven't really done much development. But before I come to that, on the Prime Minister, you recently compared the situation of Muslims in India to Jews in Hitler's Germany. Is that not an exaggeration, given that we've got the highest Muslim population in the subcontinent or around the world, and they're prospering?
I said this in the last parliament session when I was given opportunity to speak on the president debate. So I had said this, and I can corroborate why I said that. Hate speeches, yes, it did happen before 2014, but the amount of hate speeches against Muslims have increased not 100 times more. It was the Supreme Court who had to intervene and get cases booked when the Dharam Sansas were held. Mob lynching has increased. Hijab has been made a national security issue. Azan has been made a national security issue. What I eat is being made a very on religious conversion. Laws have been passed against interreligious marriages. And then these are the things which started in 1930s of the then Germany. Then the Kristallnacht movement happened. Movies are being made. The same thing happened during in 30s in Germany. What kind of movies are being made? All with all nonsense and all complete lies. Okay, you say this is it's.
Back on, ladies and gentlemen, and let's focus on Bengal, where there's again some trouble that's happened. There's scuffle, reports coming in of scuffle between the CPIM, Bengal Secretary Mohammad Salim, and some locals in Murshidabad. Mohammed Salim has said, I am trying to clear out the way and they are doing it on purpose to destroy my vote. I have actually captured fake voters. That's why local Trinamool Congress Hitlers have a problem. Locals, on the other hand, are alleging that Mohammed Salim misbehaved with them. A local from Nauda and Murshidabad has said that there has been bombing all night, adding that they were afraid but they're still stepping out to vote. Meanwhile, an allegation has also come in from the Congress against the Trinamool that bombing has taken place in their leaders' residence in Hariharpada. In Jangipur, Trinamool Congress has complained that Dhananjay, a BJP candidate, is actually threatening a common man with the central force. Let's listen into what Mohammed Salim had to say.
मोहम्मद सलीम यहाँ पे कैंडिडेट है, एक फेक पोलिंग एजेंट को पकड़ गया। मैं उनसे ही बात करूंगी। सलीम जी, ये क्या हुआ? पहले फेक एजेंट
पकड़ा गया है, इसलिए जो लोकल हिटलर्स है वो सब गुस्सा दिखा रहा है और पुलिस उनके प्रोटेक्शन में है। पुलिस जब मैं जा रहा हूँ तो पुलिस हट जा रहा है, तो वो डर रहा है।
तो यू आर कॉन्फिडेंट?
जाएगा अभी, देखो।
पर यहाँ पर कुछ लोगों को डर दिखाया जा रहा है।
हाँ, ये सब हो रहा है। अब हम पीटेंगे, बोलो उनको क्या करेंगे? वो तो चाह रहे हैं हमारा वोट खराब कर रहे हैं। वो जंक्शन में है तो वहां तो पुलिस करेगा ना, वहीं पे तो डर दिखा रहा है। ये जंक्शन है चार जगह, लोकल वोटर्स ये बोल रहे हैं हमारा जिम्मेदारी है और पुलिस का जिम्मेदारी है कि वोटर्स को नहीं रोके, और रास्ते में रोक रहा है। वो गो बैक होने से हम चले जाएंगे।
इस सब के बीच वोट होगा ठीक से? ठीक से होगा?
QRTS के बोलो आस्ते, तब
वोट ठीक से होगा?
हाँ, होगा। तो वोटर इसके बावजूद जाके वोट दे रहे हैं, तो हम तो रास्ता क्लियर कर रहे हैं।
টিএমসি কি হয়েছিল? ওই তো ফটকা বম বুঝছে, তাই ফাটাল ছিল। দেবের আমাদের সব বাচ্চা ছোট ছোট, ওরা সব কান্নাকাটি করছিল। দেবের আমাদের বাড়ির লোকেরা সব মানে 1:40 গভীর রাতে দেবের সব বলছে যে কি এত রাতে এখানে ফটকা ছুটে না কেন? আশেপাশে টাটির বাড়ি, আমাদের টাটির বাড়ি, আর পাশে হলো হাঙ্গা টাঙ্গা আছে। তো বলছে দেওয়ারা কিছু বলেনি, চলে এসেছে। যে সকালে এবার জাজিস বলে একজন আসছিল, কে জানি না কো, দিয়ে ওই বলেছে যে কি রাত্রে ফটকা ফাটে লাগে না এখানে। তাই বলেছে, ও বলেছে আমি ফাটাইনি, তো তুমি তো ফাটাইছো, এটা আমরা নিজ চোখে দেখেছি। দুই তো তর্ক বিতর্ক ফাটালছি, তার কি করবি? এইসব
বোম ফাটাচ্ছিল এরকম বোম? কোন পার্টি?
শ্রীরামপুর ছিল। আর
না, কোন পার্টি?
পার্টি হলো টিএমসি পার্টি।
এখন ভোট পুলিশ এসেছিল? তারপর
না, ওখানে পুলিশ আসেনি।
আপনারা ভোট দিতে পারছেন আজকে?
আমরা তো এখন যাচ্ছি।
Kamalika now joins us live. Kamalika, that lady was saying that very clearly she knew it was the Trinamool Congress goons who were bombing all through the night. And she named some of these areas where again there has been allegation that there has been bombing through the night. Crude bombs have been hurled.
Yes, Anand, and right now the place where we are standing, it's Dome Call, which is very notorious. We go back the record, last Panchayat election, there were more than 10 deaths from this place. So heavy amount of deployment was planned out here, though in comparison to what generally happens in Dome Call, it is better. But there has been huge allegation by the CPIM and some local villagers. The first thing was that there were fake agents this time. Now the fake voters, there were allegations by the CPM that their polling agents were thrown out, they were hiding in a banana garden, and then they were these fake agents were actually captured by Mohammed Salim. There is always a tension in this area. As you can see that this is also a booth, that you can see central forces, state forces, all are there. Now what I was saying is that then what happened, these fake agents were captured and then it was given to the police. So this was the second incident out there. Now you see on one side, Mohammed Salim has come here in this booth. There are some local Trinamool supporters who are saying go back Mohammed Salim in one side. On the other side you see that there is a booth where Mohammed Salim has gone in. So the tension is there. There has been allegation basically by CPIM here. They are saying that there is rampant whole night, there has been intimidation, there has been bombing. That's what the allegation from CPIM is. On the other hand, now you can see that the people who were actually sloganeering, police is going there, they're trying to control the situation because there is a tension in various parts of Dome Call, which is a notorious place. On the other hand, from Malda also we are getting information that is against South Malda, Srirupa Rachudri, who is actually the BJP candidate, she's saying that Trinamool Congress is trying to influence, the police is trying to influence the voters. That another allegation is coming from there in North. Another place in Jangipur, Trinamool Congress is allegation against Dhananjay, who is the BJP candidate, that he is trying to influence the voters.
No, Kamalika,
but overall, there are not much of violence.
Kamalika, there has also been another
there.
charge by the BJP, that another of their workers has been beaten up by Trinamool Congress goons. And there are visuals that have come through of them being taken to hospital. Meanwhile, the left is saying that the Trinamool Congress is sending in fake polling agents. So all across, and Trinamool Congress saying that their workers are being attacked. So there are still issues of violence, and there is poll-related violence in Bengal. Is it as high as it was in 2019 or the assembly elections, or is it far lesser and far more under control?
Yes, absolutely, Anand. There is a tension, and right now the place where I am standing, it's full of tension. Anytime, anything can happen. If we are not comparing with the other elections, but then also we can say that the tension prevails. The CAPF is there, huge amount of 332 QRT teams are there. Every possible thing was arranged by the Election Commission. But also, when the poll day came, there has been allegation early in the morning that a Congress leader's house, there was a bombing in Congress leader's house. So all these things are happening, and the situation right now here where we are standing in Dome Call is tense. We have also got information that in Rani Nagar also there has been some bombing, and the central forces and the state forces have gone there, and now they are dominating this area. So clearly not as what it generally Dome Call is violence, but we have allegations and we have counter allegations too. You can see Mohammed Salim also talking to the voters out there. They're saying that now things are okay.
Okay.
Now things are okay.
Huh?
Now things are okay.
No, here also, now if I send, another impersonate polling agent is there.
So another fake agent is there.
He's making more sound.
So are you making?
I'm tired of this now.
So he's saying that there is a constant fake agents out there in various booths. So allegation, counter allegation, that's all about the election right now here in Murshidabad.
Well, thank you for that update, Kamalika. Now, the BJP has also made a charge that one of their workers has been attacked like the last time around. Mohammed Salim, even in 2019 elections, Mohammed Salim his car had been attacked, and as he was entering a polling booth, there was a huge amount of ruckus that had been caused. This time around, he's saying that Trinamool Congress is actually posting fake polling agents, and when they're being caught, there is ruckus that's happening on ground. Plenty happening in Bengal and across the rest of the country. Stay with us here at CNN News 18 in the Battle for Bharat coverage. Stay with us.
So we are leading towards it. And when the Prime Minister stands up, he does not speak for the 133 crore people, he speaks about his ideology. How can the Prime Minister call us this Guspeti? How can the Prime Minister demean the Muslim women saying they give birth to more children? Then what about, why are you opening all these centers of fertility treatment? Close them down. Can the Prime Minister understand what a woman, there are so many fertility centers throughout India, in Hyderabad also. You close them down. Why are you demeaning? You criticize any other political party you want. It's part of your electioning. But to demean 14% population, what is the message is sending?
So can I ask you a counter question? When we talk about polarization, it's never one-sided. You also go to a beef shop and say, "Kaatte raho." In a country like India, when you do that, isn't that seen as polarization?
No. Am I breaking a law? No, I'm not breaking a law. I wanted to expose BJP, which have been successful. You have taken 10 crores electoral bond from a company called Alayana, which happens to have a factory in Telangana. You have no objection in taking 10 crores, but your objection to a Muslim Qureshi, whose profession has been that, who sits for 17 hours in a day and makes 500 rupees, a Kathik who opens a shop, you are against them. You want to close those shops. Day in, day out, you speak about them. So you are more interested in electoral bonds from a company, but you're not interested in in the economic little bit progress, prosperity of a poor man who runs a shop with 2 or 3 people.
What about the fact that your critics say that you also do identity politics
What?
primarily,
What?
and your
Give me.
politics is
No,
only Muslim-centric?
No, how? Is it wrong to talk about a community which is lacking behind on all the parameters of human development indicators? It is. Please tell these people to read the Kundu Committee report, which was given to this government in 2014 October. Please read the NSSO data. What?
भारत माता की, भारत माता की, नर्मदे हर। अच्छा, मैं एक और नारा बुलवाता हूं, बोलेंगे? मैं कहूंगा नर्मदे, आप कहेंगे सर्वदे। नर्मदे, 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 नर्मदे। सब भाई काजे राम राम। आरो कई हालचाल छे? सब मजा में छे? आज देश में तीसरे चरण का मतदान चल रहा है और मैं भी सुबह सुबह जल्दी वोट देकर के यहां आया हूं। आज मेरा वोट था। तो लोकतंत्र में एक नागरिक के नाते मेरा जो कर्तव्य है उसको निभाया है। और मुझे अभी हमारे साथी बता रहे थे कि 2 घंटे में काफी अच्छा पोलिंग हो रहा है। मेरा सभी मतदाताओं से आज देश भर में जहां जहां चुनाव चल रहा है, सबसे विनम्र अनुरोध है, गर्मी है लेकिन फिर भी ये लोकतंत्र का पर्व हमने अछूत नहीं रहना चाहिए। बड़े उत्साह उमंग के साथ, परिवार के साथ, गाजे बाजे के साथ मतदान करने के लिए जाना चाहिए। भारी संख्या में मतदान करना चाहिए। साथियों, इस पुण्य भूमि पर मैं ओमकारेश्वर महादेव और माता अहल्या की नगरी को सर झुका करके प्रणाम करता हूं।
The National Family Health Survey.
So, are you saying that the Muslim reservation issue that has been kicked off by the BJP this time around, are you saying that Muslim reservations are fair and needed? Because the BJP has made it a poll plan to say that that reservation shouldn't come for all Muslims, only for backward Muslims, and it shouldn't come out of others' quota.
Well, you see, number one point is that it is completely lie that someone else's share has been taken and given to the caste among the Muslims. In Telangana and in Andhra Pradesh, this reservation started in the erstwhile Andhra Pradesh. Mr. P.S. Krishnan, a renowned anthropologist who's nowhere in this world, who was very much instrumental in the Mandal Commission report, he had created a list of caste of Muslims which will get reservation and a list of castes which will not get reservation. Now, where is this case of getting a base of religion? In Maharashtra, the reservation was given. People challenged it. It went to Bombay High Court. The Bombay High Court upheld it. They said, yes, reservation can be given to Muslims. They are socially, educationally backward in education.
In some states, it's been given to all Muslims with no concept of creamy layer. Like, for the example, the Prime Minister has raised the issue of Karnataka, and he has also raised the issue of Andhra.
See, the interesting part about Karnataka is when Yedurappa was a CM twice, he allowed it. He continued with it. Just before assembly elections, you do that. You see, when you are in power, you allowed it. And before assembly elections, you remove it. So I hope the Congress government should have rectified it and taken steps, because the academic year is going to start now in next 2 months.
I am with Asaduddin Owaisi, the sitting MP in Hyderabad, on his quintessential door-to-door campaign that he is very famous for. Are these elections a little bit different because the BJP is giving you a very spirited fight?
See, we have defeated BJP from 84, 89, 91, 96, 99, 2004, 2009, 2014, 2019, and again in 2024 years. So it's BJP has been there, will be there, and they'll always lose also, inshallah.
No, but this was considered to be a seat where nobody really challenged you in the manner that the BJP putting up a candidate like Madhvi Lata is doing this time. Is it a little bit different?
No, not at all, not at all. You see, the problem is that the earlier candidate didn't happen to be from an upper caste. So the media was not very hoo-ha about it. But now everyone talks about it. Anyway, so BJP is there. We have been defeating BJP.
But do you think it's because of her upper caste credentials, or because this is a woman who's very articulate, very ferocious? She's leading the campaign from the front.
Are you saying that Venkaiah Naidu was not articulate?
किसी सौभाग्य से कम नहीं है। मैं प्रधानमंत्री के नाते नहीं, लेकिन सालों तक भाजपा संगठन का कार्यकर्ता रहा हूं, तो उसके अनुभव के आधार पर मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि कितना ही उमंग उत्साह क्यों न हो, लेकिन जब मैं संगठन का काम करता था और हिंदुस्तान के करीब करीब सभी राज्यों में मुझे काम करने का अवसर मिला है, मध्य प्रदेश में तो बहुत दिन काम किया है, लेकिन अगर जनसभा का समय सुबह 10 बजे का मिलता था तो सुनते ही पसीना छूट जाता था। हमें लगता था अरे 10 बजे कैसे होगा, कौन आएगा। और 10 बजे का समय तो ऐसा होता है, माताओं बहनों को घर के सारे काम 12-1 बजे के पहले पूरे करने होते हैं, वो तो निकल ही नहीं सकती है। तो मैंने लंबे अरसे तक संगठन का काम किया है और मैं जानता हूं कि सुबह 10 बजे कार्य करने का काम होता है, लेकिन मैं आपको 100 सलाम करता हूं जी। ये इतना बड़ा रैली और सुबह और इतनी बड़ी तादाद में माताओं बहनों का आना, भाई गजब कर दी। मैं सच बता दूं, मैं संगठन का काम करता, मैं कहता 10 बजे बंद दो भाई, 2 बजे के बाद दीजिए। मैं पूरी पार्टी के सभी साथियों को जितनी बधाई दूं कम है जी, और सभी नागरिकों को भी आपका इतना प्यार, इतना आशीर्वाद, शायद ही पता नहीं किस जन्म में क्या पुण्य किया होगा, इतने आशीर्वाद। साथियों, मैं आज आपसे विकसित भारत के संकल्प के लिए आशीर्वाद मांगने के लिए आया हूं। और हम जो नर्मदा के तट पर रहते हैं ना, वो तो दिन में कितने ही लोग मांगने के लिए निकलते हैं, लेकिन किसी को भी निराश नहीं करते हैं। ये माता नर्मदा की कृपा है, सदियों से क्रम चला है। कभी भी नर्मदा तट पर रहने वाला मांगने वाले को निराश नहीं करता है जी। और मैं आज आपसे मांगने आया हूं। आपको याद होगा, मैंने लाल किले से कहा था, सबका प्रयास। याद है ना? देश सबके प्रयास से, सबके परिश्रम से ही आगे बढ़ेगा। अगर आज देश चल पड़ा है, आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो ये आप सबके प्रयास से।
Infrastructure. Our then party leader in 1996 and lost. Are you saying that Mr. Bhagwant was not an articulate candidate from BJP who contested in 2014 and in 19 or the then deputy mayor of BJP? So party is there. You see, the issue is BJP is a party which will have to fight against, which we have been doing.
So what is that fight against the BJP? Are these elections particularly more polarized, as you've been contending that they're trying to do that? If so, in what way?
BJP's DNA is to polarize everything. So they have not changed their colors. But the Prime Minister has been exposed very badly in these elections. There were many people who were not BJP members who were still supporting the BJP in 14 and 19. And what let me use that American term, floater voters or whatever it is. They are now shocked with the language Prime Minister has used. And many of them have spoken to me and told me in person that this time around they will not vote for Modi. These are their words, not one or two, but in huge numbers. And they said that we never expected that the Prime Minister would call 14 crore Muslims as Ghuspeti, as jihadi. Candidate of BJP does that
Arrow gesture.
Horrible thing, because the whole world knows that Telangana's peace and prosperity is very important for a landlocked area, and Hyderabad has to grow. If bigger MNCs are coming and investing in Hyderabad, is because of many things. The most important thing is peace, and then that is done. So that clearly has exposed the BJP, exposed their mindset, and the people of Hyderabad and Telangana will reply on May 13th.
Sir, I will talk to you about what you feel you have done for the constituency, because the charge against you is that you also rely on the heavy Muslim vote here, but you haven't really done much development. But before I come to that, on the Prime Minister, you recently compared the situation of Muslims in India to Jews in Hitler's Germany. Is that not an exaggeration, given that we've got the highest Muslim population in the subcontinent or around the world, and they're prospering?
I said this in the last parliament session when I was given opportunity to speak on the president debate. So I had said this, and I can corroborate why I said that. Hate speeches, yes, it did happen before 2014, but the amount of hate speeches against Muslims have increased not 100 times more. It was the Supreme Court who had to intervene and get cases booked when the Dharam Sansas were held. Mob lynching has increased. Hijab has been made a national security issue. Azan has been made a national security issue. What I eat is being made a very controversial thing. Laws have been passed on religious conversion. Laws have been passed against interreligious marriages. And then these are the things which started in 1930s of the then Germany, then the Kristallnacht movement.
Good morning and welcome. Yes, the nation is going to poll. This is the third phase of polling. That's going to be our focus through the day. But there has been some big breaking news coming in, and it is related to the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal. He has challenged the legality of his arrest before the Supreme Court. Big news coming in right now. The Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju has already begun his submissions for the Enforcement Directorate. He is saying that 176 phones have already been destroyed. Cash has also been sent to Hawala operators, allegedly. That's the big news coming in. The Supreme Court resuming the hearing on Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's petition challenging his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in the Delhi liquor policy case. That's the news coming in right now. What we hear is that a bench of Justices Sanjeev Khanna and Dipankar Datta are hearing the matter. The petition, in fact, was filed challenging the April 10th judgment of the Delhi High Court, which had dismissed his petition that had challenged the ED arrest. Now, you have Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, who has moved the Supreme Court. He is questioning the legality of his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. Kejriwal was arrested on the 21st of March, and he has been under custody ever since. Let's go straight across now to Anshul for the very latest on this. Anshul, tell us the latest. Now, we know that the Supreme Court is presently hearing on the Chief Minister's petition challenging his arrest by the Enforcement Directorate. What else is going on inside the court? What are you hearing? Let me go straight across now to Ananya. We'll get back to Anshul in just a bit. Ananya is our legal correspondent. Ananya, so that's the news that we've just broken right now on the network. Arvind Kejriwal's challenge to the Enforcement Directorate arrest. Tell us a little bit more. What else is happening in court right now?
Well, definitely, on the last date of hearing, in fact, the Supreme Court had asked the Enforcement Directorate if it is considering, in fact, an interim bail for Arvind Kejriwal for the poll period. What could be the conditions? However, today the whole course of the hearing has changed and it is over the legality of arrest. In fact, ASG S.V. Raju, who's appearing for the Enforcement Directorate, is clearly taking the court through the various statements. In fact, it's their argument, Avantika, that had been raised by Arvind Kejriwal's counsel at the very beginning when it comes to the High Court and now to the Supreme Court as well, was that, various statements were unrelied. Those statements were not relied upon by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, today, Mr. S.V. Raju, responding to those queries, dubbing all of those claims, has clearly stated and read those statements, clearly pointing out that, these statements are not connected with Kejriwal, and that's exactly why these statements have not been relied upon. There were no questions put in these statements to these particular people with regards to Arvind Kejriwal, and that's exactly why, these statements have not been relied upon, is what Mr. S.V. Raju is telling the court. In fact, he has also stated before the court that, when Manish Sisodia's bail was actually rejected by the Supreme Court, and later when Arvind Kejriwal was arrested in this particular case, his in fact, associates, including the various political, functionaries of the Aam Aadmi Party, had been doing constant press conferences, soon back, in fact, to divert the perception of this whole investigation to other way. And in fact, Arvind Kejriwal too had been, trying to divert the whole investigation. And in fact, over 176 phones have been destroyed so that the investigation in this particular case can be derailed. However, the big question that remains today is whether or not Arvind Kejriwal secures a relief from the topmost of the country or not.
Oh, absolutely. All eyes will be on that, and we'll keep coming back to you. For now, thanks so much for joining us. And shifting our focus to the big story, today being the third phase of the huge 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the biggest festival of democracy, with 94 Lok Sabha constituencies spread across 12 states and union territories going to vote today. Now, among the prominent contestants in fray in third phase are going to be the Union Minister Amit Shah, who has already cast his vote. We also had the Prime Minister Prahlad Joshi, Jyotiraditya Scindia, who's going to be voting from Guna in Madhya Pradesh. Then you have the former Madhya Pradesh Chief Ministers Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Rajasthan, Digvijay Singh as well. BJP has already won Surat in Gujarat unopposed. Now, the Prime Minister this morning also cast his vote in a school in Ahmedabad, and he was seen, in fact, greeting this and enjoying some time with the children who were present there, signing autographs as well. Home Minister Amit Shah also cast his vote. He was joined by his family members, his wife, his son, his daughter-in-law, who's also played a very important